All right, let's see if this works. Yo, what's going on? All right, tell me if you can hear me right now. Can you hear me? Please tell me you can hear me. Tell me in the chat. You hear me? Fuck yeah. Can you hear Yellen speaking in the background? Can you hear Yellen talking in the background? You can't hear. I didn't think you could. So I'm still having some issues with audio. And I agree with you. I agree with you on the let me take a look real quick and see if we can figure it out. You don't.
Second, we announced
Oh, wait a minute. Can you hear her now?
To provide additional liquidity to the bank.
Yeah, you can hear her now, can't you?
The Fed's new
I think you can hear her now. Can you hear me on? Can you? It says can't hear. I can't hear Yellen. Okay.
Is designed to help banks meet the needs.
Yeah, you can hear her. All right, cool. Like you don't stream for one day, and Streamlabs is like pulling a hissy fit in the background. It's like, nah, fuck you. Did I swear in the first 5 minutes of the broadcast?
Are working as intended to provide liquidity to the bank.
You can hear yelling now? Good.
Aggregate deposit outflows from regional banks have stabilized.
I do have some stuff I got to do in the background because
11 banks, including the very largest and some regional banks, announced $30 billion
she's so terrible.
deposits into First Republic Bank last week. This support represents a vote of confidence in our banking system. We're continuing to monitor conditions closely.
How's everybody doing this morning? First off, just a couple things. I'll do the work in the background in just a second here, just so you can see. You're going to expect natural sellers to come into the market right where we are right now. I'll show it to you on a...
details about the collapse of the two banks.
In a second here.
We do know that the recent developments are very different than those of the global financial crisis.
I can't believe.
Back then, many financial
my ass
came under stress due to their holdings of subprime assets. We do not see that situation in the banking system today.
Give me just a second. I got some stuff to do here with you.
Is also significant.
So just let's look at Apple real quick.
Years ago. This is in large part due to post-crisis.
Just so you can see where Apple is right here, you're going to see natural. Just so you can see here, 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 and then right here you should see some sort of natural resistance coming into the market. But I wouldn't be fully bearish here at this point on the market or on Apple.
Regulators have already announced a review.
And I'll head over to another, just so you can see it here somewhere else.
We are currently focused on the situation at hand.
So here is the daily trigger, okay? And there's two things you should be looking for here. Just on this yellow line, this is the daily trend, right? Bulls want to hold on to this trend on Apple, or excuse me, this is SPY, at 396.73. Even with that said, we're at a large trigger cluster here, and then we also have the hourly working its way higher. So on the downside, 393.56. Even with that said, it's not going to surprise me at all to see.
Large banks play an important role in our
see if I can do this with. Even if we have a pullback here and some consolidation, as this works itself out, we may not get that bloodbath down. It could just be consolidation for a move even higher. So you want to be probably watching the SPY in the background at least on this cluster, and then maybe even a squeeze higher. You can actually see, go back to the main live stream. So you can even see here where we've had other moments where we've squeezed higher. You can see it right here. Bam, a squeeze higher. So I'm going to expect that same kind of a thing to take place here at minimum. Something like this on Apple. and SPY and some other tickers. We'll take a look at that later this morning. But I just want you to see that to start off this morning because I got a few things in the background I have to do.
You also worked with us to deliver advance payments from the Enhanced Child Tax Credit, which helped cut child poverty nearly in half in 2021. And we've collaborated to rapidly deploy assistance to hundreds of thousands of homeowners facing foreclosure.
And this is a 5-minute chart here. So I just want you to see, as long as we trade above this 1-minute line here, this white line, we'll still go up. Even if there's natural selling that takes place in here, you should see this around the market. Apple's a prime example of why that is. Does that mean you buy in here? I don't know. Probably not. I was just on the phone with Joe Donut, and I'm like, I'm selling to close a bunch of puts that I sold, and I still have a bunch of puts out there.
With mission-oriented banks to put us on a path.
Give me just 1 second. I got something in the background I got to do.
For example, Treasury's
then I'll get through to you. I'll get through and see what you guys are commenting.
Program has invested almost $8.4 billion in depository institutions that are CDFIs and
I got to delete a couple of these things. Delete forever. Yes, I understand. Delete forever.
And competitiveness of our vibrant community and regional banking institutions.
Vibrant.
So to end,
total disaster.
Where I started. A safe and sound banking system.
Absolute total disaster.
To the health of the American
I was looking at the balance sheet. I was talking to Joe this morning about the balance sheet.
Focused on doing our job. And you
nice little crossover there.
We will remain vigilant. I look forward to
talking to Joe this morning about the balance sheet, and you're talking about all of this work,
system and our nation's economy.
all of this work that we've done. Copy that, close. All of this work we've been done has been erased, right? All of the work,
thank you.
Timelines erased.
During this time of stress and for taking time not only to deliver those important remarks, but to also.
Tater, I got one more thing. I got all that stuff.
Let me start. I think an obvious one, and that's kind of the
sort by newest.
You've spoken about the extraordinary
customization. Anyone can know. It's only subscribers can comment. Any duration.
Or have spoken about the
save.
Making sure we have to understand the root causes of the factors before determining whether further regulatory or policy action needs to be taken. Can you expand on that and kind of give us an idea of what you and your fellow regulators are considering? You know, where do we go from here?
Okay, very good question. So let me just start by saying that our banking system is sound, even as it's come under some pressure. As I indicated, this is different than 2008. 2008 was a solvency crisis. Rather, what we're
smell and yelling. I'm like, I can't listen to this sometimes. And I'm a bull, and I'm like, I can't listen to this. I just can't.
Committed to taking actions that will mitigate financial stability.
All right, let's see what you guys are saying in the multi-stream here. Let's see if we got any YouTubers on here.
Every step we have taken has been.
I don't see any YouTube. Oh, maybe I do have YouTubers here.
That our banking system
awesome. I can see YouTube comments right now.
And that we stand behind the
top chat,
system.
Live chat.
The public should have confidence.
All right. Good morning, everybody. Morning, Dejan. Good morning, Doug. I was having some technical issues coming back on this morning, live with you. When I don't stream for a day, sometimes Streamlabs likes to update in the background. Made my main displays all kind of wonky. We've got 120,000 puts on 397p for today. Or that's the 21st. Hold on a second here. Yeah, that's today. We're good. Oh my God! Hey, guess what else? I got a special announcement. I didn't even realize it.
When they face deposit outflows.
Everyone's been quiet around my house.
That's the reason. That was the motivation for the founding of the Fed in 1913.
Let me read through some of your comments. Good morning, everybody.
The Reserve is able to provide the liquidity.
Futures, T-Riley, Pulse, Spazzy. Looks like a new AUG on the market by MMs. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, John Dickus. Good morning, Fernando.
as
Morning,
now
Sugus, 12.
working as
Morning, Young
intended
Ness.
to provide liquidity
Tesla, baby.
to the banking system.
We'll look at Tesla this morning as
We're
well.
monitoring conditions
Let me look at Twitch.
closely,
Try to catch up with
communicating
everybody.
actively
I have
with
a
federal and state
multi-stream
regulators
chat,
and in touch with you,
but it's trying to catch up right
many of
now.
the banks in this room. We see
Let me
the
scroll through, see what you
situation
guys are all
having
talking about here.
improved. Aggregate
All right, so we got everybody
deposit
here.
outflows have stabilized. That's really what we're focused on.
Good.
But you asked me to look forward. So
Private
don't
foot
yet
pick,
have
put
all
private
of the
foot pick accounts,
details
having a baby.
about these two banks. As I said,
Well, you know what?
we
Something
know,
is funny that
though,
happened
that this
yesterday
a
is
very different
so I had a
situation in the
doctor's
global
appointment yesterday for my
financial
throat. I have to go
crisis
see a throat
when banks
specialist,
came under stress,
whatever that means. Maybe I'm
because
probably
they
have to
had
take a
subprime
lube down the
assets,
throat or something.
that lost
But then
value, and that was
my
a
daughter
situation
fell off
where there was a
boat
shortage of
yesterday
capital.
and smashed
We
her
have
ankle. It was like a baseball size.
reforms
It
that
was like a
greatly
baseball on the side of her
improve
leg.
capital
So we took her to the
standards and
emergency
other
room yesterday,
important,
and I'm like, this
improvements in
is a weird day.
supervision. So I think there will be time, it will be necessary, but there's time to evaluate.
Oh, Fernando, no worries,
whether
brother.
some adjustments are necessary.
Were you
in
inside of the? Were you in? Did you happen to be inside of the
to
Discord
address
yesterday?
the root
Your wife's
causes of the
boyfriend put on a live
crisis.
stream
I don't want to
yesterday
speculate
for
at
us
this
as a
point
fill-in,
on what those
and
adjustments
I heard
might
great
be.
things that went over
What I'm
very, very
focused
well.
on is stabilizing our system and restoring the confidence of depositors. But it has been announced that Vice Chair for Supervision,
Hope she feels better.
Mark
No, thanks.
Barr, will undertake a thorough review of the failure of Silicon Valley Bank.
Yeah, it
with
didn't
an
help.
eye
Yeah,
to
it didn't help this
determining
time.
next
Dude, the
steps.
throat
So there will
is
be time to consider
not
whether
doing
some
well. I need
adjustments
to
are
bring on
necessary.
a
Now we need to
I need to bring
stabilize
on
the
someone that I can
system
speak with
and restore
on a regular.
confidence in its soundness.
Not
Thank you for that
quite
answer,
like
and also
Jamie,
thank you for your timely
but
comments
a
around
Jamie, someone that I
deposit
can speak
insurance
back
in
and forth
smaller
with,
banks, and for
so I'm not
emphasizing that
constantly
in your
talking
answer.
all the
Thank
time.
you. Second question I have for you, Secretary Yellen. You know, bankers in this
And I
room
also did
today
some work on
represent banks from all
a
across the
humidifier.
country, all across the
So I've got
size
a
spectrum, from small
heating cooling
banks,
system that
mid-sized
removes and
banks,
adds humidity,
regional banks, money
depending on how much
center banks,
humidity I have in my
cooperative
house. But I have
banks.
to add extra
It's the entire
um,
U.S. banking
for my
sector.
throat.
Can
And
you
then
speak to the
I
importance of
have
the
a
industry
friend
working
who
together in
does a
unity,
lot of
and what
audio
banks
work.
of
Has
all
given me some
sizes
suggestions.
should be focused on
None of that
right
stuff
now
has worked
to
for me. So
reaffirm the faith that customers
we don't want to lose my voice, right?
placed
And
in
so what happens is I stream,
Absolutely. So
and then when
let
I
me
get
just
done,
start by
my throat
saying that
seizes up,
community
and then I
banks
can't speak with
play
my
a
wife and my
vital
children.
role in providing
And then this past
credit
weekend, it
and
was
financial services
3 days of not
to
speaking to
small
my family.
businesses, to farms,
They can't have
to
that either, right? Gotta have like
in
the voice at least
thousands of local
to carry a
communities
conversation.
around the United States. And they can provide services
She's
that
doing well.
larger
I'm
banks
surprised
can't
because
replicate
we took her to the ER
because they know
yesterday,
the special features
and
of
well,
their
not
markets
the non-funny
and
part of
the
that story
people
is
who, are
I had told her that I would go out
in
and
those
work with
communities.
her,
And I think the most
and then I was
important
working
thing for
on
all of those banks is
a
to
server
remain
inside of the house
focused
that
on
the family
serving the
shares
needs of their
for
communities.
Plex,
We have an
and
economy
she didn't
that
grab me to come with her
remains
outside.
very strong and vibrant.
She just went outside and
We've
started working,
seen more new
and
businesses
fell off the
formed,
side of the boat,
in the aftermath
and I
the
wasn't
last
there.
couple of years in the aftermath
And like
of the
I remember when I was a
pandemic.
kid,
And
I had
those businesses and households
I'd been
need
outside cleaning a pool
support, and
in my
that's-
house, and I
that
fell
is
in the pool in the middle of
prime
winter,
business of
and
community.
I had to drag myself out of the pool. It was freezing. It was really
Um,
bad. But nobody was there. It was
so
just myself
I guess I
alone.
would
And so
start
all these
there.
things you do that are dangerous in life,
The
should always have
community
somebody
banks
there when
in
you
this
can.
country we know are strong and resilient.
I'll try to
And,
get you guys a Discord link
I
this
think
morning.
banks
I'll grab you
need
guys a Discord
to
link.
reassure their customers
I don't know if it
that
was recorded. Normally it has to be
they are
recorded
strong
on
and
their end.
resilient. And
I don't know
the
that Discord
government
can
needs
record.
to do exactly
Maybe
the
on
same
your end if
thing.
you're listening,
And
or the
I
person that's
believe we
presenting.
do have a very strong and
But I have
resilient
that. I was
banking
already asked
system,
that this morning. Was it
and
recorded?
all of us need to shore up the
Pre-stream,
confidence
I was on the
of
phone.
depositors that that's the case. So
Protect Your Health. Maybe
let me
just stream in the
say
mornings.
again
Not
that
much happening
all
during
of the
lunchtime shop.
actions that we have taken
I also need to
are
control the yelling.
designed
I got some
to
Ricolas
bolster
right here.
confidence in the
Get some over
banking
here.
system and to demonstrate that we're we are
You've got to think
ready
my
and
my throat. It works
prepared
miracles.
to
I
take
want to
the
know.
steps
Oh, two
that are
ball
necessary
compound.
to ensure depositors that the banking system and their deposits are safe.
Yeah, they're saying there is a
Thank you, Secretary Yellen. And in fact,
there is
as I
there
opened the
is a
conference right before you arrived, talking about
bot
the
that records. I
strength
don't
and the
doubt. I shouldn't say that I
resiliency of the
doubt that either.
industry,
Discord's got
the
everything these
confidence
days.
in the industry and the health were exactly the themes that we use to kick off this conference. We're aligned certainly on that. I know your time is tight and you have 1,000 places to go, but as a Treasury vet myself, I have to ask you about
Ignore the big green and red balls.
financial stability. And so before the stress,
I think it has to do with
over the last several days, we were looking at the need to raise
the amount of talking
debt
too.
ceiling.
The
Something you're very familiar
constant.
with. Sometime this summer, given
It's like 7 hours a day, and then
economic
the
risk
last.
not to our
I think it might have been
markets,
the
to our
last
economy,
Sunday
not
stream was
moving
the last.
Given the
We're not
situation
having the
we're
2 days
now
rest.
in, the events of the last 11 days, how important is it for
Uh
Congress
oh,
and the
I'm losing stuff in the
administration
background
to
here.
resolve this debt ceiling standoff, acknowledging that people are talking about current events, and to act swiftly to ensure the full faith and credit of the United States?
Yeah, clock out monologue wise. If it becomes, that's what I think is set a timer and then take breaks throughout the day might be part of the solution as well.
About waiting until the last minute to do it.
I think it's the amount. I think it's the amount of time. The amount of time of constant talk. It's like 6-7 hours, 5 days a week. Then you throw in a Sunday. It's like just too much. And then the other side of this too is that I have another side of my life, right? You got I got kids, and then I got dogs, and I got a wife, and I got friends, and
time that's happened in the history of our nation.
so just normal conversation
That's something this
has
kind
been
of
a challenge.
with the debt limit, I think really imposes substantial harm. It raised the cost to the United States of borrowing, and in turn,
Yeah, I've got a sound meter. I have a sound meter that I can see on my voice. I think it's the amount of time. I think it's the amount of time that I'm actually talking.
We have the safest and
Yeah, always yapping, dude. Too
most
much.
liquid financial system of any in the world. The dollar serves as a reserve.
So I was talking to Joe this
currency.
morning, and I said to him, I think we're both on the same page on
The
this.
go-to asset
And
when,
it's so bizarre.
whenever there are
We wipe out.
concerns about
You figure we have a
any financial,
timeline for
economic,
recovery,
financial
right?
developments
The market
around
plays
the
ball
world,
with
and this is
Jerome
something
Powell
that
and his
we
plan
should
and path.
prize, and is a great
And I
benefit
think the
to our
baseline
country,
here,
and nothing
you know, when you're
should
like
be
when you
done
separate all the gray and the
without
noise
the
and the nuts and
danger.
bolts and all that other stuff, and
And
you're just
so,
like looking at the hammer.
If there were a failure
And the Fed is a
to
hammer.
raise the debt limit, I believe it
So
would
the
be
Fed is a, and there's two sides to that argument about the Fed,
and
where
make
people
an
will say, well, the Fed is a
economy
hammer
that is
because
performing very
it's
well.
they don't
We've had
overcomplicate
the
things.
fastest recovery
They
from
break things too when they're
downturn,
using this hammer.
that we've
The
ever
same
seen,
is in the
the
reverse as well
fastest
for the Fed,
recovery of any
and
nation around
or
the
normally is
globe.
in the reverse for the Fed as well. But
Unemployment rate is
there's
near
a contract or an
50-year
agreement
low. The economy is
with
doing well,
society
and it would threaten
and
all of
the
that.
at large.
That
And this
said,
is Bob on
I
Main
think sound
Street. This is
fiscal
the stock market. This is the
policy and
bond
making
market.
sure our
These are the
country
banks.
is
These are the
on
companies. These
a
are the CEOs. This is
sustainable
everybody.
fiscal path is
And
vitally
the Fed
important. And this
is
a priority
contractually making
for the
agreements with
president.
everybody.
He
And
has just issued a budget that,
2022, the market
contains
rolls over.
deficit
We trade
reduction,
sideways once we realize, quote
in
unquote,
order
realize
to make
that the
sure
Fed is really
that
doing
our
its job.
debt
We're
to
taking the
GDP
Fed seriously.
ratio, remains
You actually see
stable,
the market go
that
up
net interest costs that
or sideways and
the
up, right?
government
Sideways and up
pays,
for the Fed.
remain well
And
contained
these
and
past
manageable.
2-3 weeks here, that agreement's
We
been
can have-
broken.
There are different views about what
And
we need to do to
that agreement being broken, you can
be on
see it in the
sustainable
balance sheet.
fiscal
You-
course,
This
and
is
the
like
president
getting rid of the
has made
bullshit,
clear
the
that he
noise,
stands ready
all
to,
the shit out there.
address fiscal policy.
The arguments, the fighting on Twitter, the
Importantly,
news stories,
That's a conversation
talking
that
about
needs to happen
all
over
of this
time through the
nonsense.
appropriations
And the fact
process
is
and
that the balance
not
sheet
through
was erased.
threat of
So
forcing
all this
a
work that we've
default.
done in this balance sheet
Preventing
has
a
been erased.
default, making
And you
sure
have companies,
the
you have
government
people, you
pays
have the
bills
stock
that,
market, you have all these
Congress
different
has already
entities
committed us to
that
is
are on
simply
a kind of a
basic
timeline.
responsibility
We always talk about on this show, the timing isn't right, or the timing is right, or the market looks like this versus the timing is right or wrong. It's not unexpected. It's almost like they threw a wrench in intentionally, right? But the fact is that all of this work, it's where we talk sometimes in the program about how the Fed is applying tools when it may have mistimed applying those tools. All that money that sloshes around, right? All this money is sloshing around in the market. But it's sloshing around everywhere, right? It's sloshing around at homes. We talk about Mary, the landscaper, and how she probably has more time before she's going to take a hit. And yet we're on this course as if Mary didn't have new lawnmowers and a new truck and a new trailer. People didn't want to go back to work or go back to normal life after COVID. What people do, they want to go back to normal life. They want to go back to work. They have a bunch of new shit. They took care of all their debt and their bills. Even though you're hearing, you hear like noise out there saying that, this is the worst credit card debt that's ever been, worst of this, worst of that, all that stuff. So none of this stuff is matching up to normal cycles. None of it is. None of it's like a normal cycle that you'd expect. And so you see all this work has been destroyed in the background. And you see the Fed put, to an extent, stepping in to support regional banks. And they're on one side telling you got Yellen right here, telling you that there's nothing wrong. They're holding meetings. They're having press releases on Sundays. You know that there is infection. You know that there's contagion. I'm assuming that there's infection and scaring investment out there. There's you see it in UBS and Credit Suisse, and there's a parachute poof that's been released. It's almost as if rather than not seeing what was going to take place in 2000 or 2008, they've seen it in advance, and so they've seen it in advance, and they're deploying this golden parachute. I was talking to Joe this morning. I was like, this backstopping right now. It's and you remember that we got the hammer, right? That's the Fed, and it's a tough pill to swallow, to be told, we're going to protect banks. We're going to pre-protect banks before we get there, right? We're going to pre-protect banks, but then we're going to fuck everybody else. And we want you to agree to this new change. And it's not like 2008, 2000, where everybody's getting fucked, banks are getting fucked, and then later on they end up, banks that with bonds, they're like, we need to restart the economy, and you need to start lending to the economy again, lending to Bob on Main Street and Mary on Main Street. They didn't do that, right? They knew that those bonds would be backstopped, and they bought those bonds knowing that they would be backstopped. And you're almost seeing like a not quite a reverse, but before the bad shit comes, we're going to take care of the banks before we even get there. We're still going to fuck Main Street. And that's a hard contract to swallow. I was thinking about, I think that the Fed does 25 BPS. I would be angry if I was Main Street USA. I would be angry if I was Main Street USA and that was the decision, because you're talking about, if you're going to do a bailout of some kind, we can name it whatever we want. We can say it's not backstopping, it's not a bailout, it's not whatever we're saying it is, but inevitably it is to some extent, right? And it's almost like, if you're going to do that, then if you're going to ruin all this work that's been done on the balance sheet, you might as well just start sending checks to every American at the same time that you're doing it. I know that's crazy to say. I don't want to see that happen, but that is what's going on. So when you're telling everyone out there, hey, look, we're going to tighten until you break something, no problem. You're probably breaking people out there, right? They're paying like $8 for eggs and all this other nonsense. You've got high rates of interest rates on mortgage loans. Any kind of variable rate is through the fucking roof. And at the same time, you're saying, but we're going to support this guy over here, but not you. And I got to tell you, even as a bull, I want to see a bottom to this market. As a bull, I want to see things break. These people in these regional banks, they took more risk than they should have, and they should get burned on this. Torched to the ground. And whatever comes out of that, comes out of that. You don't want to just break Mary on Main Street. You want to break Mary on Main Street. Whoever had bad debt or has bad debt, you should break them. But at the same time, you've got rot. Oh, you got, we know that there are zombie mid-sized and small-sized zombie companies out there. We know that there's zombie large companies out there that didn't do the right thing. And you saw outsized risk. You saw goading of the Fed to raise interest rates while they're buying bonds. Some of these banks are buying bonds at the absolute worst time. When you make these kind of mistakes, you pay for it. Mary on Main Street is going to pay for this, right? So Mary on Main Street's being, not Mary, but, people that took on bad debt or didn't take care of themselves during COVID, maybe they got free money of any kind, and instead of, taking care of their second or third mortgage, they went and partied or something, or they went off and skied all COVID or whatever there was that they did. Those people need to get taken out of the system, and that's going to happen. And that right now is kind of what it leads into is you're still now breaking certain people, but pre-parachuting people that shouldn't be parachuted. I'm not at this stage in the game. Like, think of this as like a football game. We're not even in the fourth quarter yet. We're in like the second quarter of this football game, and you're saying, okay, team number 2 or team number 1, you have 5 hurt players, and you have to use your bench and what's left on your bench. But team number 2, they have 5 hurt players too, but we're gonna let them bring on some all-stars from other teams to fill in for them. And I don't know that I agree with that. Thanks. Good to see all you guys. Hold on a second here. Gargle a pint of Guinness. They should. I think we get 25 BPS. I don't know how that contract goes over for regular Americans. I don't. I don't know how that contract goes over for regular Americans. I'm disgusted by it right now. Absolutely. And you've just basically said we're going to drag this out even longer now. That's basically what's being said. Fuck you, we're dragging this out longer. And by the way, you don't get a bailout. Does a regular American get a bailout? Do they get regular checks every week like we did in COVID? Fuck no. Fuck no. Do they get I don't know what to say here. My mind is blown. And then we go back to the hammer of the Fed. Let's say the Fed does raise 25 BPS, attempts to balance and not be a hammer anymore, be more precision based, right? Okay, we're going to fight inflation, and we're going to backstop all of these banks. And these aren't even banks that are healthy. These are banks that are unhealthy. You're probably going to find out down the road that these healthy banks were as bad as these unhealthy banks. We just don't know it yet. Yeah, I agree with the cars and trucks. I agree 100%. I agree with the cars and trucks. I watched some of those car and truck guys' videos over the weekend. It's a disaster. We talked about that prior too, right? $140,000 trucks, $80,000 trucks, just pure nonsense. Yeah, I don't know. I think that Americans know. I think that they do. I think that they do. The whole thing is a fuck show. This looks like this looks like '08, right? And 2000 now. It didn't look as much as look like that, but to me now it's looking like 2000, 2008, and they're front running, protecting themselves rather than, got caught my pants down. I'm going to protect myself, and this might be the greatest. This could be the greatest fleecing of our country that I've ever witnessed as long as I've been alive. This might be the greatest, and I don't know that I've ever read anything. This is probably on par with, maybe with what Eisenhower said, or possibly the fleecing of Social Security, something like that. 'Cause Social Security should have paid for itself, right? We know that came from its own fund into the general fund. This could be one of the great fleecings of our country by corporate America. Not corporate America. I shouldn't say it. By banks. Yeah, no, I think you have to let some of these banks fail. I think that there's going to be damage done. But what I also think is that they know they're not telling you that if you let these banks fail, that these other larger banks are going to fail right along with them. And so they're lying to us right now publicly. You got Yellen right now telling you there's no systemic risk. And we all know that there more than likely is. And so I'm fine with that. But my point here is, I'm fine with backstopping banks, but then you backstop the rest of it as well. It should be 0 BPS, if anything, rate cuts. The idea that you're going to fuck over Mary on Main Street and not fuck over these other entities is a problem. I got a problem with that. And if we have to live with and then that even leads into the conversation of if you're not going to support the banks and you're going to let them fail right alongside of Main Street, I'm okay with that argument too. But you can't have one or the other, right? You can't have just one. You can, but if they're going to do that, it's pretty bad. Because what they're telling you right now is you're going to live with inflation longer as being on Main Street. You're going to have more damage done to you for a longer period of time. And meanwhile, we're going to save specific entities, i.e. banks only. Yeah, and I think that's the question, right? Because this leads to hyperinflation. No, this does. This leads to hyperinflation one way or another. Or at least extended inflation, right? Extended inflation for longer, higher rates, more damage done. Meanwhile, you've got, some fat ass in a bank that's fine. as standard. Yeah, and you kept getting sold out too. You didn't just get sold out in 2008. You got sold out down the road too. So for however much money they made, they're doing it. They're pre-running it right now. It's being pre-run right in our face right now. I think we're getting the real Volcker. Well, we're getting a Volcker-esque moment right now. If you see 25 BPS, that's a Volcker moment, but with a caveat that you're getting a certain class of the United States being backstopped. You're being told I can take as much risk as I want. It doesn't matter, and I'll face 0 consequences. Where there were some financial consequences to banks in America in 2008, where there wasn't criminal consequences. They did make out like bandits, but at the same time, a lot of bankers did get caught in that. And this time, they're protecting that. There's like this key undercurrent in the background. Well, that's slightly different here. This other good thing is Cody, I didn't see everything you said, but under 250,000. I wanted to bring this up. Yes, in yesterday's stream, what I had planned to talk about was seeing some support coming in right now. Some buyers still stepping into the market. I wanted to talk about, there was a video that Andy Constant had put out this weekend about $250,000 depositors, and it was fascinating that he brought that up in that video. And I wanted to discuss it yesterday. So I have owned. Let me see here. How do I explain this twofold? I've owned different businesses. One aspect of my life of businesses that I've owned have been very service and goods cost and insurance cost heavy, with very low profit margins, but lots of money exchanging hands. So if you out there know anyone that has a small, it's fascinating because I watch this. People in FinTwit. They're on the news, and they're like, and then you got regular people, and regular people say things like, "You shouldn't worry. It covers $250,000. You don't have $250,000, and most businesses don't have $250,000. They don't have to worry about it. And who really has to worry about it is VCs." And I'm like, this is not true. Any person out there can attest to this that owns a small sized business. Not all. I don't mean services where you're providing, or I guess not real goods or services. So if you own, let's say, I don't know, a mechanic shop, or if you own, let's say, a restaurant. Matter of fact, we'll use restaurants. So restaurants are a fascinating thing to look at. If you're like a small-sized restaurant that does $1 million a year, you more than likely make less than 10% profit in a year. But you pay high taxes. You pay multiple taxes to different entities, right? Normally, right? Then you pay high insurance costs. This is for employees, the building, the business. You pay for goods, and you pay for high employee costs, right? And more than likely, you're running through at any time. Let's say it's $1 million a year business. You're more than likely, let's say you keep at best 6 to 10% of that. You're probably spending out per month $80,000. And most restaurants today probably doing more than that in a year, $1.5, $2 million a year. They more than likely need to keep on hand in cash every month $100,000 to $200,000, somewhere in there. That's just free cash to spend, to payouts, right? You pay out your employees, you pay for your food, you pay for your liquor, wine, and beer. You pay for your insurances. You've got money just coming on. You're basically a custodian of money. In most small businesses today, unless you're providing something that's like a real estate agent or something, or I don't know, you're a psychologist or something, where the only money you're putting out is to you, right? You're extending yourself to be making money. But if you're in a real business, you make $250,000 is in a bank is for operating income is nothing. And Andy made a great point about that this weekend, about raising that FDIC insurance to at least $500,000, if not more. And this is just like, hey, I can't go insolvent this month. So if you're a small business owner, we're not even talking medium-sized business owners, just a small business owner, and you have any kind of high insurance, any kind of taxation that's on the goods or services you're selling, day in, day out. If you have a high number of employees, if you have the goods associated with all of this, you got all these different things, moving parts in your small business, and it's intensive like that. You could think of there's probably 70% of businesses out there are like that. These are the things that provide you a small, there's not many mom and pop gas stations, but I would assume if you're a small mom and pop gas station, you have to buy fuel. You have to buy the crackers that are on the shelf and the sodas. And you have to pay those things off every month. You probably have to pay taxes off. Probably have employees running around that you're paying off. right? Their insurance too, all these different things. So you have this, you're basically a custodian for other people's money. And you're trusted as a small business owner to be that custodian of all this money coming and going within your business. So it's laughable. It's laughable when they say, well, this doesn't impact most of you out there. Most of you out there, you go to a job for 40 hours a week or 60 hours a week. You probably don't have $250,000 lying around. But the underlying machine of this country does. And they most of them do. And $250,000 is not a lot of money. Although it may seem like a lot to you if you have a regular job, to any kind of small or medium-sized business owner, it's a ton of money. And not only is it a ton of money, in '08, people got paid their deposits back, not before being held. And even if it was for a short period of time, my point here is, even if it's for a short period of time, they need access to this money. That there can't be any excuse when when a business owner says, I've committed my life to this. And I know there's like this argument out there that, fuck business owners and fuck the man and fuck, and they're pointing fingers at some guy who owns a gas station, let's say, right? Fuck my landlord, something like that. I get all that. But the truth is that a lot of these people have worked their balls off to be where they are. And they're not going to risk not having access to this money for that month or two. So let's say they have $250 or $500,000. They are going to move that money either into a prime bank or, believe it or not, into cash, and always have that cash on hand, literal cash on hand, so that there's no service disruption, because there is no answer or excuse for people. If you have an employee that works for you and they're working for you, let's say, and you're paying them $20 an hour, and they rely upon you to pay their rent off every month, they don't want to hear from you as the business owner, hey, sorry that the bank collapsed and I'm getting the money, but it's going to be a month from now, right? Or I'm not going to have a check for you for 2 months. Oh, and by the way, we're going to shut everybody down that comes in here to eat or to buy a part or buy gasoline and all that kind of stuff. So there is risk underneath the surface, is the point. And you don't have to be a rocket scientist, especially a small business owner. Doesn't have to be a rocket scientist to know that there's risk there, even if it's just a small blip of not being able to provide whatever that they provide to the public. Yeah, and it's a great time. And Andy made a very fair point about that, and that needs to be done. For all the rhetoric that's out there, that should be like number one. Like, should have been done a week ago. And that's at minimum. But even with that being said, people remember '08. People, they don't like to talk about this. Everybody got their money back up to that $250,000 in '08, but there were delays in getting that money. So you know that there is not only money being moved to prime banks, but there's money that's being pulled out of banks right now actively to have cash on hand. People have bills. People with small businesses pay an obscene amount of money out of their banks, whether this is like it doesn't matter what it is. If you're I don't want to touch this subject too much because it can make people upset, but the amount of money that comes out, people pay, is would make a normal person balk at. Morning, Alexander. How are you? Yeah, Bill Ward's saying small non-bank mortgage companies. And it's bizarre too, because I even read a story this weekend that said, your local credit union's at no risk, and I'm like, this is bullshit too. I'm like, this is absolute fucking bullshit. Like, he's making a good point here. Who said that point? Yeah, Bill Ward's saying small non-bank mortgage companies, as example, can be holding tens of millions that moves around constantly. Yeah, I mean, they're like, there's no risk to credit unions. I'm like, you fucking right there is. If you have a small business in a community that is they're like they don't move around millions or half a million dollars. I'm like, dude, I guarantee you, I know for a fact, firsthand, that moving around, or not moving, but money coming in and coming out every month to month, can easily top hundreds of thousands of dollars. That's just month to month. We're not even talking about the course of a year, just month to month. And so, I mean, my point here, though, is you're probably seeing people doing this in the background. They're not talking about this publicly. Give me just a second here. Kind of waiting around here. I'll bring up the now you got Yellen talking about the debt ceiling. Like it's, and then, you know, of course, you have all this going on, and you still have political
comments from China's President Xi and Putin in a joint statement
talking about. Okay, so a couple things you got to look at here. All right, so if you guys want to know my positioning here, is that I've closed some puts that I sold in the market right up here. I'm still holding a bunch of puts into. I've got some for into tomorrow, part of a ratio spread, and then I've got some more puts that I have not sold for tomorrow as well, just some crash protection. Trying to catch that vol into the event tomorrow. Hold on here. Move some of this stuff down here for you. Now, there's two things you should be looking at here. Consolidation taking place in the SPY right now. And I don't like seeing this little bit of a break off here from the hourly, showing some weakness to the downside still. So I'm going to expect at least the rest of today for some kind of consolidation between 393 and 396. So 30 points or so of consolidation. So we're going to chart this out for you right now. I'm going to show you guys some numbers here. 393.45. And draw these in real quick. Right in here. This is going to be your hourly trend. And we also have some other key numbers here. $385.62. And I'm not necessarily bearish here. If you wanted to get bearish here, it is below these two numbers here. It's like any kind of selling off down here, any kind of this nonsense down here, still considered consolidation down in here. So I wouldn't take this bearish unless you start to break below and reject to go lower. Outside of that, this looks like more like normal natural sellers stepping in, normal natural resistance point in the market, and then looking for some kind of buyers to step in down below here. See if I can unmute that. And then we'll take a look at tomorrow for some ranges and let me ask you guys in stream. I'm not gonna, let me see if I can do a poll in here. I don't know how to do a poll on both right now. I gotta learn how to do that. I want to do a poll. Let me just ask you in stream to comment.
And Putin during their joint statement.
Do you think we get 50 BPS, 25 BPS, a pause, or some kind of a rate cut decision tomorrow? And I'll tell you right away, I think we get 25 BPS. And I think we get some kind of a stern talking to. But then I think after that is said, you're going to get some kind of a talk about some kind of a non-hawkish speech about the banks. That's the part that I don't know how well that goes over with maybe that's something that the market doesn't have to deal with. It's something that the public, Joe Public, has to deal with. So let me see what you guys are saying. No surprise. Yeah, Dovish 25. Pause. Classy Dan saying pause. I think they should pause. If you want the truth, I think if they're going to backstop banks here, they should pause rates as well. That's what I think they should do. I don't think this goes over well with the public, and I think that becomes a big discussion if they do 25 BPS. They should stay the course, but they're not, right? We know they're not staying the course. The course is broken. Let's get that right out in the open. Your course is not your course anymore, without a doubt. We'd probably have to we'd have to call it I think we'd have to call it something like we're gonna fuck you while we don't get fucked. And we're gonna eventually go into high inflation, right? Or accepted inflation. Data dependent, I like it. And no signal of pause with a hawkish stance on the economy. Raise 100 points. Yeah, I don't think if the Fed pauses now, we'll screw the goal of having inflation under control. Inflation's out the window. You guys are gonna pay. You guys aren't gonna. Maybe some of you may know this now, but some of you may not. Your balance sheet going up like that, the bond market, you are gonna pay. I assure you that we've now almost guaranteed an inflation spike at this point, regardless of a 25 BPS. We're almost guaranteed. Not even almost. We're guaranteed an inflation spike. I agree with that. I agree with that statement still. So Omar is saying if the Fed pauses now, it will screw the goal of having the inflation under control since rates are still negative. I don't disagree with that at all. I still agree with that statement. But your fight on inflation is now out the window. Even with 25 BPS. Raise 25 BPS market tank 5 to 7%. Let's talk about that too. After you guys are done in the chat telling us what you think is going to happen, we'll chart out what the expectation should be tomorrow. Yeah. I agree with this. I agree that the inflation rate needs to be above. I think that we're missing something here. So I agree with all of this, Omar. The issue here is that
expecting comments from China's President Xi and Putin during their live statement.
They print money from a printer. How will they be destroyed? They own this country. Yeah, I don't. If he comes out and says that, like 25 BPS tomorrow, and we're still going to fight inflation, this backstopping erases all of that. So erased. It's erased. So it's either a lie or
for this live statement from China's President Xi and Putin, but we did hear from sources.
I think that I'm going to give the no rate increase more possibility than I would before, even though I don't think that's going to happen. Read what some of you guys are saying. Jam saying pause because if something is breaking, they'll be slaughtered because of it.
The 23rd to settle on March the 28th.
Still under the idea Powell doesn't want to make the same mistake as Volcker. Powell will raise minimum 25. Wouldn't be surprised at 50. Yeah, no, it doesn't work. You can't. I agree with rates needing to be over inflation, 100%. But you have to remove liquidity from the system as well. And if you're not doing that, it doesn't. Still doesn't jive. Yeah, and that's what GP 8008 is saying. He's saying the Fed added 300 billion to the balance sheet. Bumping rates again seems stupid if it is going to keep undoing all of their QT progress. I agree with that. I'm on that boat right now. We're in like this absurd stage of we're trying to fight inflation. I mean, you're going to get laughed out of a room. You'll get laughed out of a room, right? I would think that you would be laughed out of a room. And I do wonder if this is setting up more likelihood of war down the road, too. I'm reading some of these Yellen comments from this morning, and my face is melting off. Yellen is saying, despite recent pressure, the banking system is sound. She's committed to taking actions that will mitigate financial stability risk. She also says it is necessary to ensure that the Federal Reserve is capable of providing the liquidity that banks require. I agree with all of this. Like, so we have to provide liquidity. Got it. So you're going to remove money from the system, right? And fight inflation with rates. I get it, right? You got to remove the excess money in the system. You're not creating new money, but you're going to reprovide that money that you took out of the system again. So we know that we're not in a QT stance, right? We're in a half foot in and a half foot out. And we'll also backstop bonds, right? We're going to take care of any of these bond holders. She's also saying it's too early to decide on regulatory changes. It is utterly essential for Congress to act to suspend or raise the debt limit. I'm worried about waiting until the last minute to act on the debt limit. That's absurd, too. The dollar's status as the reserve currency of the United States should be cherished and not be jeopardized. So much double talk. If they stopped raising rates, it would create a panic in the banking system. Yeah, I think we'd crash if they pause or cut rates. Absolutely. I'm in that same camp. I think a bank crisis as a true collateral damage of the erratic decision of maintaining the rates at almost zero for so long, forcing the banks to put their money on treasury bonds that ended up losing its value by the time these banks were in need to sell them. Yeah, so I agree with all this too, Omar. So I think that's my question: is where does it leave us? Does it leave? Omar, you're almost setting up the argument for, which is what I said. You're going to accept inflation. They're going to force feed an inflationary. Omar's making a lot of sense here, but I think it sets up that whole thing of, hey, we're just going to accept inflation down the road, right? We're just going to pass the fucking buck. We're going to pass the buck. It ends up being passed to the next generation. Just the fraud goes on. And that is where they're fucked. Omar's laying it all out quite well right now. And that's right. That's right. You know, it's like you write all this stuff down on a piece of paper, and it all circles right back around to, they're not going to fucking do this. They're going to let the fraud go on. Right? If they weren't going to let the fraud go on, you wouldn't see the backstopping of these banks that took on too much risk, and they know that they can't. There's that. And you'll hear some of these collapse bears say that stuff. They'll say that. You'll hear the one side that's like, modern monetary theory is dead, but then you'll see some of them in the background say, they're not going to do that because they know that they have to ride this train until it crashes. and they won't crash it intentionally themselves. Right? Not on their watch, right? They'll just leave it for the next person to take care of. Yeah, I think what we're looking at is I think what we're looking at is I have this thought that they're looking down the road and saying, did they buy this? And how much longer can we do this until they actually accept all this garbage so we can continue higher again? You'll pay $8 for eggs and you're going to like it. Yeah, I agree with that too. The Fed wants one bank. UBS and Credit Suisse is looking at like that, right? Smells just like it. National banking. The Fed's raised rates by 50 BPS. That's what I think. I'm on the I think the Fed path that they laid out for the agreement with everyone is a bullshit farce. I think it's a bullshit farce. I think it's a scam. Yeah, so just some guy too is saying, or just some guy, he's saying that perhaps they do both, raise rates and backstop both sides, happy short term. Yeah, I think that's the key here is if they do the backstopping and the raising of rates, I think what it's doing is it's telling you that the scam is the fraud is going to continue, and you're eventually going to be forced into accepting just higher inflation, maybe 3% or 5%, and you're going to accept the price of things being higher permanently. And we just need more time for that to become accepted. DiMartino Booth saying, anyone see anything systemic? If not, then full speed ahead. And they know what they're doing, and given the fact JPOW is not an economist, doesn't know how it works. Yeah, that's true too. He isn't, is he? Let's take a look on some different timelines here. Let's check the 1 minute real quick. Still in consolidation here. You're looking for bears looking for a little bit of rejection above here on R2. Try to send this down on a 5 minute though. Still supportive here on the 5 minute line, the red line, and then the 15 minute. See next level of support below, right down here, and then on the 1 minute or 1 hour chart.
Jeremy Hunt speaks to the House of Lords panel.
Still trend, right? Trend is will still be. Hold on a second here. Trend still supportive down below in a 1 hour. The direction is still up here, not down. On the 4 hour, you can see even on the 4 hour, you're just watching for consolidation here. Just time needed for this consolidation to move higher.
So according to CNBC, bank CEOs are discussing the future outcome for First Republic.
Just watching this consolidation for a move higher. Do we get one quick rip lower and then that rip higher in the market? Or do we lose support? Do we reject here tomorrow and head lower? I guess that's the biggest question for today and tomorrow.
According to CNBC, again, bank CEOs focused on the 1 to 4 month time frame if the First Republic sale fails.
As long as price remains above this 292.73, 393.54, bulls will stay in control. This is even into tomorrow. Even if we slip below and trade higher again, there should be this supportive environment right here. Key levels here for bulls is this pivot into tomorrow. If there's a drop below, let's say you get 25 BPS, come back up, we're good to go. If we get the rip below and it rejects, we'll know that the path is lower from there. So key levels for tomorrow, 393. Basically, let's call it 393 right on the 393 right on the nose down here for tomorrow. So right here, key levels for the stock market heading into tomorrow. So I write that in here. Then we're going to look at the implied move heading into tomorrow as well. This is the dip buy for bull. If you're a bull, this is where the dip buy is.
They're in an immensely stronger position than pre-2008.
This is buy the dip. This is buy the fucking dip down here. I guess we should make this red. This is kind of like the, or this is make this green. And bears are going to be looking for a rejection down below. For a trend change. All right. So any kind of dip buying that goes on here, any kind of dip buying that goes on here, bull's good to go. If there's a break below and we come back up, bull's still good to go. If there's a break below and then a rejection, this is where the bears step in and take over. Bear town, baby. Then we're going to take a look real quick at the implied move. Give me just a second here. Yeah, I'm on the other side of that trade. If they pause, or if there's any kind of pause, or cutting of rates, personally, I'd be looking for a squeeze and then sell the news. All right, this is good. We got some nice volatility coming in the market. Some real nice volatility coming in the market. 322, 402.44.
UK's Chancellor Hunt says inflation over 10% is dangerously high.
So they're setting up tomorrow. Let's have a look at 24th. 389.67 is the implied move. 389.67. Thursday, Friday. See if I can mute this book map here for a minute for you. This is the implied move down here, 389.67. This is for Friday, the 24th. 389.94. You have 404.53.
The speed of global rate rises probably is the root cause of banking difficulties.
Way up here. And I'm going to give you these as the levels for tomorrow as well.
Fed bids for one-year bills total $1 billion. So just to repeat that, that's Fed bids for 52-week bills total $1 billion.
Let's see here. 21st, 398.99. $402.73. $402.77. 391.60. 391.60 down below. 391.60. This is the implied move for tomorrow. Maybe you can take a snap of that right there. This is a range for, this is a key level here for the bulls. Key level to be buying dips down here. Implied move for tomorrow. I'd like to see some kind of sideways market today. And then just progressive dip buying. Bad news. Vol comes off the market. We rip higher into 403. And then possibly even 404 later in the week. Anything unexpected, bears are looking to break below these levels here. Just get underneath. Key levels right here. If we can stay under here tomorrow at 8 points, you should start to see this break down as we head into Friday. $398, range bound right in here. Range bound and hedging into tomorrow.
So according to TASS, Kremlin advisor says Putin could visit China this year.
If you want to mute the broadcast, go back and snip that for yourself so you have it. Let's have a look at the pricing for tomorrow.
According to RIA, Russia's Novax is negotiating to include Chinese partners in construction of the LNG plant at the UST Luga.
They haven't quite priced in tomorrow. There might be some more money to be made just on pricing in tomorrow. Just capturing some of the premium on calls and puts. There's positioning for 406C for tomorrow, 34 cents. 32,000 calls. I think those will be better on Friday.
It's 11:30 a.m. Eastern Time. The US sells $34 billion in
Jeez.
one-year bills. Prior bid cover of 2 to 89 and a prior high yield of 4.795%.
You know, I'm looking at 396s for Friday. They're at $5. $5. Whew. And 385p for Friday are only 85 cents. So one strikeout for Friday, 85 cents on 385p. So no premium built into Friday on the put side, but there's tons of juice on the call side for Friday. That's interesting. That could fuel a move lower. Friday is all gummed up. The call side on this market heading into the rest of the week is juiced up to the max. And the put side is dirt cheap for the rest of this week. Yeah, on the 22nd, so the put side it's all call side heavy. The options market later into the week and pretty big. It's juiced up pretty heavily. Tomorrow, it's not juiced as much as I would expect. Where you come into tomorrow, I didn't know you were in here still, buddy. Where you come into tomorrow, normally I'd be expecting everything to be about $3, $4 an option. It's all kind of low right now, $2, somewhere in there. So it might be favorable to own both sides, believe it or not, into tomorrow. But then later in the week, we're call side rich right now. You've got on March 24th, or just looking at in the money stuff. We've got $4 on both sides on puts and calls. So I said 5, it's 4. So $4.11 on an in the money call for Friday, and then a $4 put in the money. Well, I guess it's kind of equal sided, but still, that's pretty juicy. Then heading down the list. Yeah, they're kind of juiced up. Trying to look at which side has more calls and more puts. I sold a bunch of I'd sold calls on Friday, and then today I closed those sold calls out.
Chancellor
I'm still in
says the
puts.
UK shouldn't take
I want to buy a
granted that
dip down
inflation
here if
will
I can.
fall.
I bought nothing else yesterday. Just let ride out what I had let ride out. So I basically have some free puts going into tomorrow. So I am looking to buy a dip down here if possible, either today or tomorrow. Hey, what's going on, your wife's boyfriend? How are you, brother? I see you. You used to be able to, so George is asking what juiced up options are. We used to be able to get into some of these meetings and you would see lopsided options. You would see us juiced up on one side. You'd see like an overpriced put and then an underpriced call, and you could pick a side and pretty much guarantee that they were going to burn the other side. Right now, the options aren't completely juiced at the moment. They're like halfway there.
You to actually hear order flow
Both sides are pretty
forex, and
even
stock
sided right
instruments.
now.
Get a free trial at tickstrike.com.
Link to the Discord. Hold on, let me see if I can pump one in.
It's 11:30 a.m. Eastern Time. The US sells $34 billion in 52-week bills. Prior bid cover of 2 to 89 and a prior high yield of 4.795%.
me just a second here. I'll get you a link. I think if you're in Twitch, I think if you're in both, you can do. Well, let me see if I can do this here. I think it's just an exclamation point in Discord, isn't it? Let me see if this gives it. Nope, that didn't do it. Oh, there it is. Boom, it worked. So there's a link to the Discord. Let me know if that works for you. It did work. Oh, shit. Here goes Discord now in the background. Discord, I have to do a... I need to go to Micro Center and get one of my computers back so I can run Discord. See if I can do one here for you. Discord. There we go. This is a Discord link for Twitch and a Discord link for YouTube. Now, so if I can buy this down here, I want to buy right down in here. Somewhere down in here. You guys all get links? Let me just a second here. All right, so we're going to take a look at some individual tickers here. Still consolidating on the SPY right now. Waiting for the hourly to meet up with price. So price of SPY right now, 397. Just waiting for the hourly to just keep teeing off on this cluster right here. Still seeing major support on the daily. Bulls still in charge. Price here for bulls to stay in charge. Sits at 396.72. If SPY is able to break and hold below 396.72, we're going to have a couple price targets down below. We've got 396.33, 395.65, and then below that, currently we're looking at 393.69.
Shortly expecting the results of the 52-week bill auction.
We'll look at Tesla next. Tesla with a beautiful recovery. We saw Tesla break above its hourly and its daily trigger. So you're going to look for two things. We're at some resistance right now with Tesla at 191.90.
According to TASS.
This is a good place to take profit on Tesla. Even if it squeezes higher, you're going to want to see some kind of a pullback and consolidation, and for these two to come up and take it higher for a rip face move higher. So if you're trading on Tesla right now, is coming into some form of resistance currently. So you've got some levels to look at here. You've got 191.99, and then support lies at 185.51 and 184.75 on Tesla. As long as Tesla stays above 185.48, it's kind of that sweet magical moment for Tesla. For it to continue to move higher from here.
Documents on the Russia-China strategic cooperation, according to RIA.
NVIDIA coming into its hourly support right now. NVIDIA wants to stay above at 257.61. If NVIDIA does hold below 257.61, are you going to have a price target down below of 235? Leave it right around 235 ish, somewhere in there. Look at Apple, same situation for Apple. Apple is looking to hold, which it already did earlier. You can see that it held nicely here at 1045. And we want to see Tesla or Apple hold 156.31. If you, of course, we want that you've got some retesting of highs here. If it does pull back, you're looking for 151.22 on Apple. Look at AMD next. AMD is broken below support. If you want to tee off an AMD, you can. Your stop above would be 95.85, and you'd be looking for a price target down below of 85.42. Amazon, kind of in a good place right now on Amazon, right? A little bit of rejection above. This is the same kind of rejection that Tesla's looking for here. So even if it comes above and consolidates, or if a rejection comes back down, looking for support on the daily and hourly. You can see that we found support on the daily. This is very bullish for Amazon at the moment.
High yield, 4.39%, 4.39%.
We're at a 4-trigger cluster right here on Amazon and consolidation, looking to break above 101.24. We're watching a rejection above on Meta. Meta rejecting off of 205.09 or just below it. We want to see it hold here. And I want you to see this path here for Meta. So if you see price come back down on Meta down here, you're waiting for this daily to come back up and grab it and take it higher. So your next buy-in on Meta, if there is one, is probably somewhere around 187.87. If it gives up its current price of 198.77, you want it to hold right here. You want Meta to hold 198.77, but if it doesn't, you'll be looking for Meta to be rebought down below at 187.77. NFLX still in trouble here. NFLX has been underperforming most of these stocks. You'll see that it's still trading the downward move rather than the upward move, unlike Meta. This is a key point here for Meta. It could squeeze here, believe it or not. I'd be interested in watching Meta if it can trade and get above 316.06, 316.05, somewhere in there, somewhere even down in here, 304.26. If Netflix price can actually get above here and get some momentum, some weekly momentum, some daily momentum, you could actually see Netflix squeeze to 360. So pay attention to Netflix today for a squeeze opportunity. If it doesn't get above 315.53, though, watch out. Could be a major sign of a major reversal. If it can't hold here, you would see this continuation to the downside with Netflix. Netflix looks kind of interesting here, to believe it or not. We'll look at the Qs. Let me go back and we'll do the Qs and we'll do VIX real quick. Qs staying bullish, nothing bearish about it. Just as last week we talked about which stocks looked bullish and which didn't. Qs still staying on trend right now. As long as Qs keep it up, Qs only have to maintain 305.69 currently. As long as it maintains 309.65, look for a dip to buy. If that dip fails there, you're going to be looking for 298.13 on the Qs.
Putin says Russia is ready to increase oil supplies to China, according to Interfax.
Here's the VIX right now. This is a VIX on a 15-minute chart. We can look at it on a 1 minute as well. Just for right now, you can see the VIX is looking like it's pretty rough right now, right? If VIX stays below 2207, we can continue to see downtrend and the market begin to squeeze even higher, believe it or not. You can see price just stay below this 2190.
This
Key
stream
moment.
is
If it
sponsored by
can't,
To The
you see the
Tick.
squeeze higher,
Get free daily
then you'll
proof points,
see tech
Fibonacci,
stocks
and
start to
market
roll
profile
over down
levels
to their daily
by
triggers.
signing up at tothetick.com.
Let's look at VIX on a 1 minute chart.
Putin says LNG supplies to China will
Same
increase.
thing right
according
here.
to Interfax.
So here on VIX, right? Just take a look on VIX right now. You can see this hourly coming down. So as we come down on this hourly right here, if you get the squeeze on VIX currently, let's say VIX starts to squeeze up to 2340, that's going to be the sign that the market's going to roll and you're going to go down to the hourly triggers that I showed you on these other tickers. But if we don't, if we get a firm rejection here, you'll see those hourlies hold on the market and we will continue higher and begin to squeeze. So key point here would be if VIX can hold itself up, you'll see the market come down and look for a dip buy down below. You'll more than likely see those hourly triggers get broken and we'll come down to the daily. This would be the daily on all of those tech stocks. Tesla trading higher than its weekly now. Tesla wants to hold right where it currently sits right now. So Tesla trading 194.79. Snap yourself a line right at 194.07. Tesla
ECB's
wants
NVDA
to
says Credit Suisse
treat
didn't
that as
materially affect
support.
EU bank funding.
And Tesla doesn't want to see that support get broken here. They want to see that support hold. If Tesla does have a pullback, be 185.75. See if we can get a nice squeeze on Tesla. $185.59 to be more exact. VIX showing some strength currently. Where do I think we go to tomorrow on the SPY over 400, 405? Well, the market is not priced in to go higher than that number. Yeah, I'm not buying here. Yeah, I'm looking for weakness myself. I'm trying to buy down here somewhere. Right down in here. Show it to you here. Trying to buy down in here where my cursor is. You want me to do INTC next? Hold on a second. I'll do some of you guys are asking for. Give me a second here. We'll do INTC next.
ECB's Enria says there is no direct read across of the US events to Euro area significant banks.
So let's look at INTC on a 30-minute chart. We'll give a full-on INTC. So you see here that it didn't hold 31, right?
ECB's Enria says more
Didn't
than
get
half
above
of the
31.
existing buffers of highly
Sold
liquid assets
before it
are
even
made
got
up
there,
of
right?
cash
By a
and
dip
central
above
bank
31, didn't
reserves.
get it. You're going to be looking for INTC for buyers to step in at 27.64. If you want to look for a rebuy on INTC, right down where it is here. You need to put stops below, though. Stops below 27.61. Not only stops below this 27.61, but you really don't even want to buy this right now. You really want to see INTC come down and consolidate a little bit at least, right? And then watch the
ECB's
hourly get
Enria
underneath
says
it.
funding and liquidity positions were not materially affected by Credit Suisse
And you want to see it break above this weekly here. So there's work to be done in here. It's very volatile and dangerous in here. If you're trading INTC, all in all, you probably are looking for this consolidation, but also price to show you the way. So maybe check back with me today or tomorrow. If price can get above, for where we are right now, price needs to now get above it's just $28, but I think it's going to take time. This could end up taking Friday, maybe Friday for INTC, maybe even Monday for this to work itself out. What was another one? SoFi? Yeah, it doesn't look weak to me right here. It looks fine. It made a nice perfect run over here. It looks great. This all looks like consolidation here. This is actually pretty strong for INTC. This is all productive stuff here. You're seeing stuff like this in here. This is all productive. And it hasn't broken its bottom once. So I like all of this on INTC. This is all, to me, consolidation, and it's actually leading to something here. That doesn't mean it doesn't blast lower here and go to the depths of hell, but you do want to see what takes place in here. If it can get bought and price can get above, I'd be very bullish on INTC. Not so weak. When you're looking at INTC, it's not technically weak. This is what you want to see on recovering stocks in here.
Excess liquidity.
Let's look at SoFi. Somebody requested SoFi. Weak. I'm bearish on SoFi currently, at least on the daily. I'm going to keep looking for some rejection here, or at least not the squeeze yet. Now, with that said on SoFi looks weak. If price can get above $6, you could get a squeeze trade out of this. You don't want the reversal, though. You don't want to get caught in here like you buy this right here and it automatically reverses on you and heads lower. You want to see price get above here. There's the trade. And, this one comes down here. So the trade might actually be lower. keep an eye on it at like 580, 560, 580, somewhere in there, with some tight stops underneath. So we can get this down here. You can get price to come above. Could be a nice squeeze trade, but it's hella dangerous. Like you have to be like 560, 580 with tight stops underneath. Tight stops. Trying to attack that $8 above here. Squeeze back higher. You have to be fearful of hidden sellers in here though too. You know, there's like an idea here that let's say you do get that squeeze, it just starts to roll again. Just taking out these sellers above. So I'd even be wary of it at 560. Man, I'm telling you what. Hold on, let's chart this out. You see how they just teeing off here? There's danger here for SoFi. Now, this doesn't have to be pretty either. Yeah, sellers, right? So, you know, maybe there's a trade here between, there might be a trade here between like $5 and $6, but you don't want that automatic reversal, do you? So you kind of have to hold. Like even if you get above here, you need that hourly to come up. You need the 1 and the 5 to come up to be supportive. How about a retest? Let's say you hold $6 in a successful retest. There's your squeeze. Until you see that, looks like bearish traps everywhere. Come on now. SoFi dangerous. You need to see, like, remember when Tesla, I was like, if you get above 185, you're going to get a run. If you don't see that consolidation and move higher, if you don't see that consolidation and move higher, it's a dangerous trade. SPY now testing lower support right now. So this is the lower support on SPY. This is your daily, weekly, and monthly support levels. For SPY, 393.62. So this hourly support has now come up higher. 393.62 right here. Gap to close below on SPY from pre-market. See that gap right here? $95.66. Break below 395.66. And you'll have a price target down below.
Putin says the West is not ready yet
393.
for the Chinese peace plan on Ukraine to become the basis for settlement of the conflict.
88 or so. Any break of 395. Nice little bear cross over here on the 1 minute. The 5-minute chart. Buyer stepping in currently. You want to see this cross come over
we
here?
agreed to expand cooperation with Russia in the digital economy, according to RIA.
Bears want to defend 395, 63, 66. I'm going to do Google next. Yeah, I'll do Google. I'm going to do Goog. Tesla came in resistance and sold off just a brief moment ago. That's same level that I gave you earlier. So just on Tesla real quick. You saw the 195 get tagged. You saw that upper resistance get tagged on Tesla. If price remains below 195 and 194 and change, 194.20, 194.50, target below. Let me make sure I got this right. Target below is, I wrote it down somewhere else, but 185.83.
EU's European Banking Authority Chair Jose Manuel Campos says there's no room for complacency at banks as interest rates rise.
I'll do Goog next for you. Goog pumping, baby. Coming into some resistance, though. Let me show you this. So if you're in long Google, this is the same setup as Tesla a few moments ago. Basically the same setup. Tesla was coming into resistance. Going to look for a break below and possibly even lower lows. Buy zones down here. Sell the news above.
This stream is sponsored by TickStrike. TickStrike allows you to actually hear order flowing.
Call it at 185.85, possibly 106.
Get a free trial at tickstrike.com.
So Goog to 106. Look for a dip buy down below at 101.50. Give another level down here at 99. And then another level down below at 96. Any buying dips down here?
EBA's Campos says EU banks vastly exceed minimum liquidity requirement.
Etsy, I'll do Etsy next. Etsy. Give me a second here, and I'll do Etsy.
SVB Financial's bridge bank accounts have $0 in balances, according to a filing, and SVB Financial's bridge bank accounts had about $2 billion last week. Germany's Habeck says we are considering export restrictions to China, according to FAS.
Okay, so Etsy. Very dangerous here. Not a place to really belong here. Not here, but between 116 and 170, you're looking, or they're going to be looking to sell this. The next, so just let's look at Etsy real quick. The daily chart on Etsy. Get some nice gaps to close above. But even right here at this 116 flat, let's call it 116 flat. It's not a place. This is kind of like the diddle in the middle. You don't ever want to do that. So let me see if I can change this. You see it come up here. You don't want to be messing around in this. You want to get price to get above to take the next leg of this trade. But you've got some space here. You've got until 116, let's say 116.50. We're gonna look at this on another chart here to see if the bulls can actually retake this and trade this 140. Overall, though, this is still productive for Etsy. The one thing you don't want to see here, though, is that reversal for that second leg lower, right? So you'll see the continuation of distribution is the conversation that I'm talking to you about. You don't want to see this, and then we continue lower on Etsy, right? I know you don't want to see that, but you don't want to see this consolidation fail and get your roll in the back end of Etsy. So there's money here in Etsy, like not risk-free, but, kind of risk-free money to 116.
Germany's Tabak says, in the future, we should do without Huawei components in 5G networks, according to Faz.
And with that said, though, if you want to get the continuation trade in Etsy here, you're waiting for it to hold. You want to see that. Like, you don't want to be involved in this part. You want to be involved in this part right here. Hold on here. God damn it. So you want to be involved. Like, not a bad part of the trade here, right? You take the money and run. Then you let this consolidation happen here. You can actually trade this zone if you wanted 120 to 140. The big trade, though, is right here. Or the long-term trade. If you're a bull, if you're an Etsy bull, you'd want like a successful defense of 140. And let's look at Etsy. And we can get you some better prices here. I said 140. It's it's about there. It's close. I'll give you some more exacting targets. So on Etsy, this kind of shows the same thing, right? On Etsy. So you've got 116.61. I don't know that you get completely up here. Trend is down, though. I want you to realize that. Trend is down on Etsy. This is that bearishness I'm talking to you about. So you don't want to see us like 114 or so. Sellers will step in at like 114 on Etsy. You have no business being in here either. You kind of like take the money and run. And then what you're kind of looking for here is, this is bullish though. The daily is bullish on Etsy. So I'm not saying to you, I'm bearish here. I'm saying to you that the sellers are going to step in and want to sell this down at 114. And this is not the place to put risk on there. The place to put risk on is above currently 131.83 and probably a successful retest of it. So if you are bullish here, and all signs are pointing towards bullishness on Etsy, you kind of take the money and run. You want to see the hourly come up. You want to see these get underneath. You want to see price come up, fail, consolidate, rip higher, consolidate, rip higher, consolidate, and that's where the real money shot is right there, like above 132. Might even be lower. It's like 130 or something, or sorry, not 130. Yeah, like right around 130. Somewhere in there, 130 maybe. A lot of work to be done in here. Now, if you want, if we're slow in the market, I can check on this for you. Over time, like once a week, twice a week or something, just pop in and everybody see your DM. Because it is coming to a place, right? It's coming to a place where you're going to get high volatility. Although this is all constructive. See if we can see anything else.
S&P says increased focus.
And this,
on
I'm assuming this
downside
is the
risk
gap you
could
want to close over
increase
here.
European banks' cost of capital.
We're
and
down
make
sellers.
new AT1 issuance
Try
more
to start
difficult and
blasting
more
higher again.
expensive.
Definitely a dangerous area in here. Back to the SPY now. Sellers trying to break below. What happened to my what's going on here? having some missing. Did you see that?
White House economic advisor
I'm missing
Brainard says
the.
bank fees weaken forces of market competition.
I'm missing where I wrote price target below.
And TASS News in geopolitics says the Russian Defense Minister Shoigu says there are fewer and fewer steps left towards a nuclear collision.
If we can get to those numbers again, hold on. We put them back on there. I don't know why they disappeared. Just wonkiness right now. $395.63. $393.78. Very soon. Very, very soon. But not only that, we got some other cool stuff on the triggers too. We have some cooler stuff on it. We have some other that's things I haven't shown you here. You know, what's crazy too is I'm looking at this isn't deep. The crazy part about this, I'm looking at the breadth of the market, and someone asked earlier, can we go higher than 405? If we get market expansion, yes. If the way is up, you know, if we start trading above that or to that 405 and we see call expansion, yeah. I think 430 or 460 is on board. I think we might, you know, this conversation this morning, well, it's now afternoon. We have a cup of coffee here. Give me 1 second here. Give me just 1 second. We'll have a quick chat.
ECB's NVDA says we have strong trust of depositors in European banks, which is well placed.
And so if you've been with us since this morning, since the start of the broadcast, it lends the question, and someone brought it up in chat a few minutes ago. What if it happens if we get to 405? And this is the entire argument here. Is the way up. This all culminates with what the Fed is doing, with what the Treasury Department is doing, what the banks are doing. This is when the conversation of I'd be really angry if you weren't taken along for the ride. Are you trying to tell me out there that you're going to backstop banks but not anyone else? And that becomes the question. We're now trading 400 again, right? We're up here at 399, or not quite 396, I guess. 398.37 earlier this morning. Yeah, we're right up there at 4,000. The question becomes, are you going to punish the market while you're enriching yourself? Are you, we have the difference between Main Street, the difference between the stock market, the bond market, difference between real life and fake life. And it was funny because Jerome Powell said, depending upon where the market is, will depend on how we hike. He was quoted last week as saying that. I found that to be ironic that he said that about the market. I found that very ironic. Our rate path depends upon the price of the stock market, and I'm like, man, you kind of you're breaking the contract. And I brought up, earlier this morning, I said, does the general public get mad or angry? And someone commented in the chat saying they probably don't even know. And I think that's a fair comment too, because they consume what they're told, right? Most people out there don't know. As a matter of fact, I watched the 60 Minutes program that was shoveled into the mouths of people on China this weekend. And I'm always fascinated by 60 Minutes. I'm always fascinated by Frontline, mostly because I want to see the story that's woven for the general public. And I was with if any of you watched the 60 Minutes this weekend about China and the United States Navy, the most fascinating part to me about that discussion was, I don't know if you know this or not, they never ever discussed or brought up fighting a two-front war. They only discussed China. They didn't discuss the readiness of the United States fighting a two-fronted war. They did hit two topics that I was happy about. They discussed the fact that even though China has more ships than us, they didn't go into detail what those ships are. Those ships are like little speedboats and shit. They did highlight briefly that even though they have a larger navy than us now in terms of total number of boats, they didn't highlight what kind of boats. To an extent, they did. They were talking about diesel aircraft carriers versus nuclear aircraft carriers. They didn't talk about. Well, they did discuss that we're a veritable. We own an island there, right? And we have allies there. And they did discuss the size and projection of power of the U.S. military is, 5 or 6 times larger than all navies combined in this world. That's how big the difference is. What they didn't bring up, which I found fascinating at all, I'm assuming that they were told, don't even fucking ask about this question. That's, can you fight a two-fronted war? And that leads back to 60 Frontline and some of the comments in the chat about do people know? And so that brings up the question, 405. If we're going to trade 405 or 400, is that just a natural place to tee off from to sell the market down? Or is the market pointing us up to higher highs? And it is. I mean, it's pointing us up towards 430 or 460. And that becomes the question into this Fed is, do you ignore at some point the Fed? And they say don't fight the Fed, but in all honesty, if they're going to enrich themselves, does the stock market attempt to enrich itself along the way? Hey, what's going on, your wife's boyfriend? That's right. I gotta get some of that Swedish goodness, baby. That Swedish snus. The answer sounds like yes. Do we get a squeeze here? Is my question. We're gonna start squeezing this bad boy right now. I mean, I'm looking at HYG. It looks pretty fucking bullish to me. They couldn't sell what? They couldn't sell HYG at 72.99. They couldn't sell HYG at 70.73. They couldn't sell HYG at 72.67. The Fed is telling you out there everything is fine. There's no contagion. We're gonna fight inflation over here, but everything is fine. If everything is fine, market should go up, right? Y'all aren't gonna get rich out there without us getting rich with you. A nice little squeeze. It's kind of the place where the Bears want to be teeing off. This is the 1 minute. This is where they teed off before. You can see it. Sellers stepped right in, right? Squeezed higher. In the 1 minute, here's the crossover. This is where the big cross came in right here. Right in there. First bearish cross. Second bearish cross right here. And I want you to pay attention to this one right here. It's the big boy right there. It's the big bad boy right there. Second one right there is the first one. Here to be the second one right here. It's going to be where the last sell is to get below and break below. See it right there? Teed off on the first bearish crossover. Second tee off to get a new low. Bears going to be looking for this to take this lower. If they can't, it'll be back in bull's hands. We're going to look at the 5 minute really quick. Same kind of a thing. We can get a successful retest in a 5 minute. There should be a long here. This is a 5 minute chart right now.
Statement that Russia and China say there can be no winners in a nuclear war should never be unleashed.
There could be winners in a nuclear war. They're wrong on that. That's not as true as it used to be, in my view, believe it or not. I think it used to be true, but not so much anymore. Just right in here, just keep your eyes on price here. Price can successfully test. The 5 minute right here, he might have a long trade setting up. Not guaranteeing it. We'll see. If this doesn't trade, if we don't squeeze above and retest this just fine, we could do the other way as well. You're going to see this right here is nice, beautiful cross. If you're going to take the short side of this trade, I'll probably jump in this with you with some day trades. So if we get a reversal here, hold on. We can get some kind of reversal here. I'll take that trade with you down.
So according to RIA, Russia and China joint statement says China-Russia's relations are not confrontational towards other countries.
Yes, they are.
This stream is sponsored by To The Tick. Get free daily pivot points.
Hey, Emerson, I didn't see you in the chat, man. How you doing?
By signing up at tothetick.com.
Emerson, how you doing, man? I was thinking about you the other day. Yeah, I agree with you, Emerson. They can't do shit. They can't do shit, can they? That's what people don't realize. That
Swiss
first
makes
island
the
chain,
decision
man,
on
is
variable pay
well.
at
Number
Credit
one,
Suisse.
China has no coastline. They have like for the size of their country, they're basically landlocked like Russia
So
is.
just to repeat that, Swiss makes the decisions on variable pay at Credit Suisse.
Second issue is that we own the chain. We basically own the gates to China and the high seas. How you doing, Emerson? Yeah, man, you're on my mind definitely. But like the gate to China is locked up by Japan. It's locked up by North Korea. It's not locked up by Guam. And there's all kinds of issues with China. You got they've their combat experience in Africa. They've fled every battle. Their equipment is untested. They have no old cadre. In forums that I'm in, there's discussion about this. When you look back at World War I, World War II, what people don't realize here is that all this cadre that was from the First World War, even believe it, I think some of the Spanish American. No, no, I could be wrong on that. But this cadre that was left over for when we went to World War II, these are old people, 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, and they were left to raise up young troops, train young troops, lead young troops in World War II, so that we had a warfighter, a warfighter history built into a new generation of young people. And we have that in the United States. We have that from Iraq and Afghanistan for a fight with China, which they don't have. They have unproven equipment, unproven, just no history of it. That's another thing that's against China. There is some danger with small, fast boats from China. But we also have a submarine force that's unreal. It was interesting in that show that was on, I think it was 60 Minutes. I was talking to your wife's boyfriend or Chaz the other day, and I had said, first thing they do is the U.S. will cut off the internet in the United States. And they talked about that in that program this Sunday, that the fight should start in space. That would be my expectation, that you would see the internet cut off in the United States almost immediately, if not an intranet. If not, they might cut it off immediately, and then you might just get an intranet of pre-programming from prior to war. Yeah, they do. They've got an abundance of foot soldiers. That was the scariest part of it, Jimmy, was how do you defeat? I only see like EMP, right? EMP would be the only thing that I could think of. And how you defeat that many soldiers. And the damage that would be done to U.S. soldiers, just seeing that kind of death and destruction. And I saw someone last night talking about B-52s. You'd probably have to bring back carpet bombing of some kind. Precision ammunition probably wouldn't do it. Yeah, I don't think that they have that. I think they have zero hope too, Emerson. I agree with you 100%. Yeah, and I agree with you in present tense too. And our war, or at least our shipbuilding is a disaster right now.
The Federal Council
Absolute fucking
FDF
disaster.
To propose further measures of variable remuneration for financial years up to 2022 and thereafter.
Although I do, I do give. I was in an aviation forum with some pilots and stuff, and they were all pissed off at me. Whereas the Navy subreddits, not so much. They know that it's all unmanned coming. The pilots, though, are angry about unmanned aviation, which is the future, right? We all know that. And we are switching We are switching from a coin positioning, right? Brigade level, logistics driven to brigade level combat teams to a divisional leadership right now. Now, the U.S. military is, at least. Yeah, so futures trader 87. How do you weigh in on that? I know pilots are pissed off. Forums that I'm in, they're angry about going from to drones, invariably. Even I think the Sec Navy or something. One of these guys was being interviewed the other day and said the future is unmanned, at least and from a naval perspective. The back end of it. You were just talking about are we headed? Does the market does the Fed, does the Treasury, does the U.S. look like even more so heading to war? Debt cycles, all that kind of stuff than it was before. Yeah, you know where it's going. I know. If you're an ex-Navy pilot, you know where it's going. You know, the fucked up part is that we take this stance and we mean business. I don't think that they know.
Ratings, so they expect
I don't think that they understand that we don't fucking bluff.
Improve in 2023, supported by higher rates and strong financing growth, as well as realization.
So one of the scariest things about the United States is that they don't bluff. Yeah, we are. We legitimately are. Yeah, I agree. Some of the
Fitch Rating says UBS is.
I talked to some vets in the background on some closed forums, and everybody's talking about bringing all that cadre back. Not just being prepared, but before they age out for it. It's bizarre because I'm like, you know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of what's his face from Saddam Hussein. Didn't believe for a minute that the U.S. would invade Iraq. They thought we would like lead up to that point, and it wouldn't take place. And I'm like, man, the U.S. military does not fuck around. Like when they see, and when these war planners see the real threat, they will fucking take you out, or they're gonna come get you. Even if they lose, they're coming to get you. So that's bizarre to me. I don't know. The Russia's a weird thing. There's this one general that likes to talk shit about we shouldn't be in Russia, but he's, I wonder if they got. I mean, there's one general that's not a general anymore. It's one army general. He's like famous in the first Gulf War, and he, there's some noise from people with a podium saying we shouldn't be in Russia right now. And I gotta fucking think that they got some pictures or video of him fucking some broad or something. Some kind of badness on him.
Should respond to North Korea's legitimate and rational concerns and create.
Like I'm looking for
dialogue.
And there's a stark difference in what we're doing in Ukraine versus what we did in Afghanistan when Russia was in Afghanistan. We're trying to murder and maim as many Russians as possible, and not end the war in Ukraine so that we can demolish a generation of their men. Doesn't matter where they come from. Doesn't matter if they come from minority
valuation of Credit Suisse's shares and see its CET1 ratio
minority society within Russia. It's grinding right now. I would assume that Russia or U.S. doesn't want that war to end. You get to use all the old equipment from these European countries. You funnel that all into Ukraine. And then you give the excuse and the time for the rest of NATO and Europe to prepare with modern weaponry, modern ammunition, so they can help that other front out. Yeah, poking a sleeping giant? I don't think so, man. I was stationed over there. I've been over there. I spent time over there. I disagree. I think it's bizarre when you've been there. You're like, no fucking way. Like, people have no idea. They think they have an idea of how powerful we are. Well, they don't. I guess they think we're the bumbling idiot. But when you're in the military, and you get to travel, you get to actually see the projection of real power that the U.S. has. We discount ourselves oftentimes as civilians, not realizing the actual power of the U.S. military. Yeah, I'm not a proponent of why we were in Iraq. I think it was because of three things. We're in Iraq for three reasons: oil, Israel, and logistics. Those three reasons. If you want to know the reason we're in Iraq, I'll tell you: oil, Israel, and logistics. Those are the three reasons. If nobody told you, I'm telling you. That's why we're there. Yeah, U.S. is the world police. And you kind of need the U.S. to be, well, world police. Nice little squeeze happening right now on the SPY. See if we can get a retest of this 5 minute here at 396.44. We're looking to take some calls if we can retest this and not get it thrown right back over. Yeah, I agree with the functional with the asterisk too. We do better in that capacity, I think. Like head on with another country. No one we shine. You know, Iraq was considered the fourth largest army in the world before we invaded the first time. When Iraq invaded Kuwait, they were the fourth largest army in the world. We ran over them in a matter of days. Fourth largest in the world. No small. No. I mean, that does mean something. Yeah, it's logistics. That's what we coined. It was an acronym that we used when we were there. Yeah, like the politics of it, whether it should be like that or shouldn't be like that, I leave that to other people. But there were like the reality versus, you know, like I can accept arguments for, against, all that stuff. I understand all those arguments. But like what the truth is versus
China statement says they will deepen
like
cooperation
like reality
and trust
versus
between their armed forces.
arguing whether we should or shouldn't.
They'll deepen cooperation and trust between their armed forces.
You know, it reminds me of Afghanistan. It's like there was a whole like Afghanistan, right? 20 years.
This stream is sponsored by TickStrike.
And it's
TickStrike allows you to actually hear order flow in futures, forex, and stock instruments.
I was in when we went to Afghanistan, and we didn't go to Afghanistan to nation build. We went there to kill people. Revenge. We went there for revenge, and we went there for some oil and shit too, in pipelines, and that kind of stuff. But like the whole nation building thing was like, yeah, we're gonna sell that to the U.S. and we're gonna sell that to young soldiers. That's why we're still there, and of course it failed. And of course we're not good at that stuff either, right? We're not good at nation building. You do enough of that nation building shit, and you're bound to piss off enough people that they don't want you there.
Constitute a military political alliance.
Which war? Ukraine? Yeah, Ukraine war right now is built to not end. It's built to pin down Russia and hurt a lot of Russians. That's what it's built for right now, in my view. It's built to grind Russia to dust. And if we can do that for 5 more years, all the better. If we can do it for like next 7 years, all the better. If it gives a chance for NATO, the UN, I don't like NATO and the UN, but like giving those nations a chance to arm themselves to be able to help us in the defense of Europe against Russia while we go and fight in Asia, with our allies. It all makes sense. It all sounds like something the U.S. would do. Yeah, and they're gonna, the one thing I don't know what that backroom deal is. I don't know if that backroom. My assumption is from some of the like old interviews from Ukraine, I think they don't have a choice. I think in a back room that Ukraine has two choices. They become a satellite again of
According to
Russia.
a law firm, some holders of Credit Suisse's AT1 bonds seek legal advice after the Swiss decision to wipe out their holdings.
And they get ground down with a
Repeated
war with the
clarity
West.
Again, according to a law firm, some holders of Credit Suisse's AT1 bonds seek legal advice after the Swiss decision to wipe out their holdings.
Just check this real quick right here. I'm gonna look at this in a 1 minute here. See if bulls can hold this. So you have this choice. If you're Ukraine, nice little squeeze here. See if the bulls can hold on to this and get a nice squeeze higher. Nice little reversal so far. I want to see some kind of a come back down and check.
Some bonuses for Credit Suisse staff, ticker CS.
See it forming right in here. Let's see if we can get a nice confirmation that we're going higher. Like Ukraine's like in this weird place. It's like, okay, so I can become a satellite of Russia. I already know that Russia has plans to expand its borders for more buffer. It's going to start a war with the West. And Ukraine historically is the fighting class for Russia, if you didn't know that. So I'm going to have to fight the West as Ukraine for Russia and more than likely get ground dust anyways. So if I fight for the West, my chances of winning are better, and then my chances of becoming a part of the West are better. There's no real win-win for Ukraine. The only thing where Ukraine can really do is say, I'm on your side or I'm on your side, and I know that either way I lose. So they're kind of screwed here, right? One way or another. And the U.S. and the West knows that they will provide you with weapons, will provide you with training. There's more than likely CIA there. There's more than likely U.S. contractors there that are paid and funded with some kind of dark money. You know it's there. If any of you are military watching this stream right now, you know what the fuck is going on. And what you do is you grind them down. Instead of just harassing, we're trying to murder as many as possible. Instead of giving them the Russians experience, you just want to kill as many as possible. It's terrible to say that, but it's true. And meanwhile, Ukraine gets stuck in the middle, hoping that tensions are relieved so they can then join the West. Or if they go to war, they already know that they at least have the West to their back and not the East. It's kind of tragic. It's more than tragic. It's disgusting and gross. But like the reality versus what you want it to be are two different things, right? Yeah, we didn't kill many Russians in Afghanistan. Afghanistan in the 80s, we didn't kill a ton of Russians. It was more, it was like be a thorn in the side. This is different. You can see that it's different. I'm watching right here. I want to see if this holds or if this is just a bear move down. This is just a bull trap or not. It starts to move higher here. If you're a bull, you'll be looking for price to start to head higher. I've got some calls set up here. I'm looking at 398 Cs if that happens. Haven't bought them yet. I'm just looking to see if we get this move higher here. We get the confirmation that we're going higher. If not, we start to roll over. I'll look at some puts for the put side of this trade. It's really bizarre because the Russians didn't lose many, man. If you look back at what Russians lost in the number of troops Russia lost in the Afghanistan, it pales in comparison. Pales in comparison. This is an active effort from the West to grind down the Russian military. Yeah, I agree with that. It has been trapped by that. Have a trade set up right now, still not in it. Looking to take it. Looking at a 5-minute real quick just for some confirmation. It's right there. Down to a 1-minute chart here. We can get a nice squeeze here. Not seeing price change in the options chain right now. Not on 398 at least. They're not pricing in this move higher here. Yeah, I don't think. I mean, whether it's like so when it comes to the nuclear option, or the nuclear threat, I think that, right or wrong, whether they are making a poor decision in this or not, there are military planners
According to
out there
sources, major
that
bank CEOs are gathering in Washington for a 2-day scheduled meeting starting on Tuesday. First Republic will be discussed, again, according to sources.
see the escalation coming regardless, and know that currently, right now, that the U.S. has its best chance, even with the threat of nuclear war, right now. And we don't know what the U.S. Has in terms of defense. We don't know the capabilities of the U.S. Publicly. We think we do. Like you and I, as a regular person in the street, think we do. We really don't. We don't know. Like you start to take out how many misses there are, the defense that we have, and then what they can actually launch or not launch.
ECB's Imria says we're much more demanding than the US colleagues on capital for smaller banks.
Becomes like winnable in some way. Now, the readiness of these countries wasn't there. The readiness of these countries was there in the Cold War, not so much right now, right? So it makes a military planner think, yeah, we could probably win this. And, it doesn't make it right or wrong. It doesn't make it right or like real that we could win that way. It could be total devastation. But from a war planner's perspective, a war like that or the threat of that war is more winnable, or to keep it conventional. Development of EMP weapons, all that kind of stuff. And satellite technology. I mean, some of the stuff that they have that we don't know about is insane. So it doesn't make it right or wrong. It's just saying that, or it's saying more along the lines of, is our chances of winning better now or in 10 years or 2 decades? Is it better now or in 2 decades? All right, so the longer that you wait, the less your chances are of winning that war is. So you'll have these planners that think like that. I think you just see, to be honest, from a civilian's perspective, I would see when you see all those FEMA bases, I think that's what those are built for, is to disperse city populations. So that if that war ever came, they'd probably disperse U.S. cities and try to spread out the possibility of civilian casualties in the U.S. I think it'd be before that, John. I think if you start dropping EMPs, we're going to go. I think if you start dropping EMPs, we're talking pre-industrial age. If you destroy building transformers is like a decade-long process. Electrical transformers and stuff like that. And then the installation of them. Talking pre-World War I, buddy. Try going back like pre-1900. I'm with you. I think it's worse. We're talking about sending people back to pre-1900. Easily. That's right, man. The Transformers, dude. The Transformers are where it's at. It's probably the biggest risk, I think. Do we have a bunch of Transformers in a mine somewhere, a salt mine? This is the key right there. Alternators and Transformers, right? Yeah, I think it's like Dare Try to Talk It Out is a whole nother thing too. Eastern, Western culture. Different paths in civilization. It's another challenge for us. Now that I agree with. Trying to talk it out. But yeah, I don't think that my arguments disagree with Russia seeing Ukraine as an existential threat at all. I don't disagree with that. I think all that still fits. I think it all still fits. And also Slav, Putin's even has this thing that he talks about, saying that Slavs have their own empire, right? You have Western, Eastern, then you have Slavish empire. I think come pick me up too, Jimmy. I certainly don't want to see this happening. If you want to see if you want to know if this is a bearish cross, this is a bearish cross right here. Just waiting for one more rejection above for a target below. I'm not on any calls right now. I was looking at them. Break and hold 395, 395.63, and we'll get a price target and a cleanup of all these gaps down below. No, I'm not in calls. John M, baby. Here goes the baroplane. It's all this tee off right here. So many buckets on poles. The thing that's I think the thing that's the saddest part of all of this is there's going to be a generation of young people that have a lot of. I've got 2 daughters, and I'm deathly afraid for them. I don't want them to live like it's the 1950s again, or 60s, or 70s, or even the 80s to some extent. When I was a young child, they still did get under your desk drills when I was still a kid. They still had active. Fallout shelters and stuff. When I was a young child, they still had that stuff. I was very, very young, but you don't want to see the threat of escalation of war. You almost kind of, here we go, nice little squeeze higher. This is where we're going to see. This is the rejection that the bears are looking for right now. They break below. Find that rejection and look for move higher, lower. We'll see if they get it or not. No day trade right now. What I'm saying is we can get some cheap calls for tomorrow. Yeah, I think that what I think about tomorrow is, or today and tomorrow, is if I can get down here, I'd love to buy some calls. I'd love to buy some calls for tomorrow down here. If we can get above right here for a squeeze higher, I'd take some calls too. But unless we get above here, I can't take them right now. As a matter of fact, it's a good point. I was gonna get 0 dates, but probably want some calls for tomorrow instead to get the juice off them. They're a little pricey, but 405s are cheap. Those are only what do we have for an applied move for tomorrow? 402. Four twos are 92 cents right now. So I'll look at those instead of 0 dates. I'm interested in actually taking 402s for tomorrow. If we can get above right here. Get some padding on it. Yeah, we have a transformer shortage in the United States.
10 minutes away now till we get the 20-year bond auction. So the US selling $12 billion of 20-year bonds with a prior bids cover of 2 to 54 and a prior high yield of 3.977%. And just taking a look at the preview for the auction, so JP Morgan strategist noted that the richness of the sector and low risk sentiment ahead of Wednesday's Fed decision, along with bank liquidity concerns, suggest additional concession may be needed for the auction to be digested smoothly. And weekly CFTC positioning data through March 7th shows speculators were net short 173,000 bond future contracts, possible source of covering demand. Primary dealers' positions in coupons maturing in more than 11 years was net long $45.4 billion in the week ended March 8th, near $45 billion average over the past year.
Just garbage in here. Nothing. No trade. Yeah, threads. Hey, what's up, Joe? I see you in here, man. How you doing? Yeah, I'm not even concerned with semiconductors as much as I am with transformers. No need for semiconductors if you don't have transformers. Getting ahead of ourselves here. Oh yeah. Oh baby. Come on now. Come on. Now I'm back to looking at 398s again for today. They're nice and cheap right now. They're only 25 cents. $398Cs, 25 cents to trade now right now. I'm liking that. Oh, I'm liking this a lot. Let me get some of them calls. Give me that squeeze, baby. Give me that squeeze. 398's trading 25 cents. See if we can get this thing. Let's see if we can get 398s to print. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Trading 26 cents now. Come on, baby. Come on down there. Squeeze it hard. Now trading 27 cents. Keep on squeezing. Keep squeezing. Give me a retest. Give me a retest that's successful. Keep on squeezing. Squeeze it up. Keep on squeezing it up. Trading 27 cents right now. Come on, squeeze it up. 26 cents. Give me a squeeze. 25 cents. 24 cents. 23 cents. Give me that big old squeeze,
So 5 minutes
baby.
right now, we get the 20-year bond auction. So the US selling $12 billion of 20-year bonds with a prior bids cover of 2 to 54 and a prior high yield of 3.977%.
You doing well, Joe? Yeah, I think we went over Tesla earlier, Joe. You probably already have access to Tesla here, right? In their squeeze. Come on, squeeze the spy, baby. You have a cold? I thought I might have had COVID. I took 2 COVID tests. Both were negative. I should probably take one on stream. Should I take a COVID test here? See if I actually have it or not. Taking 2 tests now. Let me see if I have one here. Hold on. I do. I have an extra one right here. I've got I don't know if this is a good one or not. I got a bunch of them. I got like boxes everywhere. I got this one right here. What is that? Binax. Now. I think this is 2 tests, or maybe I might have already used. Nope, I haven't used this one yet. We could take another one. I have to take them every like 2-3 days just to make sure. I want to make sure that my throat wasn't COVID. Yeah, I'm looking for. I've got some calls right now. I'm sitting in 398 C's. See, I'll take one of these. I'll take one of these COVID tests right now in front of you guys. See if it comes back negative or positive. Hold on here. These things are gross. It's weird though when they do it to you when you travel. They're not as I think I get up deeper inside my nostril than they do, but they do more. They make more pain. They give me more pain than I think I'm able to get deeper up into my brain cavity. My brain cavity. Brain cavity, man. It's all about the brain cavity. Let's see. We'll see if I test positive today. They say you got to take them like every 2-3 days. I hear all kinds of shit out there. People are like, "Well, it didn't get into your nostrils." I heard someone say, "Like I got COVID, but it didn't get in my nostrils." It's a good close friend of mine. He's in the medical field. Or no, it got into his nostrils, but not into.
Shortly expecting the 20-year bond auction.
Squeeze it.
With the bid to cover as well, when issued, expected at the top of the hour.
Let's see, we'll open this one up here. Oh yeah, there it is, right there. Control sample. Oh, come on. Don't be doing this to me. All right, we'll close that up right there. See if I got this one right. Yeah, got that one right. All right. Give me a second here. I got some stuff I got to do. I'm going to stick this up in my nose on a live stream. This is disgusting.
Treasury when issued 20-year yield 3.906% before $12 billion auction.
I haven't done this one in a while, so. Vic's squeezing
This
right now.
stream is
Very
sponsored
dangerous
by
here.
To the Tick.
Probably going to get stopped
free
out here
daily
in just a
pivot
moment.
points, Fibonacci, and market profile levels by signing up at tothetick.com.
Got Vic squeezing up right now. Yep, and I'm going to get stopped right here. All right. Make sure I got this right. I need a timer. Not touch any part of the inside. Haven't done that. Yeah, it's 6 drops. Okay, that's the one that I need to know is how many drops. 6 drops. Hold on here. Give me a second. All right. This is the nastiest thing in the world. Oh, man. Oh. Whew. Oh.
Bid to cover ratio 2 to 53, 2 to 53. High yield 3.909%, 3.909%. The US sells $12 billion in 20-year bonds
Whoa.
and awards 70.98% of bids at high. Primary dealers accept bids of 7.96% of amount tendered, and directs take 95.45% of bids amount, and indirects 82.43%.
Whoa. How do I stick this thing up in here? Oh. Oh my God. Getting murdered on this this thing. That thing up in your nose is not fun. All right, let's see if I got this right here.
German 2-year yield rises 26 basis points, the most since 2008.
Oh. All right. Gotta peel off this thing and all right. We'll find out if I got it or not. Did you see how far up that went into my nostril? It's starting to bleed down right now. See what happens here. So far, it doesn't look like. So far, it doesn't look like I'm positive here. The only reason why I went up that far is because of all the drugs. I'm just kidding. Got a hole in my brain. I got no brain up there. Come on, Bears. Yeah, I'm looking like I'm negative. It's all that talking that I do. That's all it is. It's another one. It's coming out as negative right now. Supposedly I'm supposed to have a timer on, but I only have the one bar. I'll show it to you guys here in just a second. It's not quite coming through just yet. So I'll show it to you guys here in just a second. You guys want to see it? I don't know if that's zooming in or not. Saying it's negative so far. I guess I got to give it 15 minutes or something. Woo! Still COVID free. Never had it. Woohoo, baby. Never had it. Or not that I've known of. I haven't knowingly had COVID. And I haven't actually. I had one or two moments. I've had 2 moments where I kind of felt sick or run down since the start of COVID, but I haven't had it. And I've been vaccinated. In large groups of people, I mask up. If I go anywhere where there's large groups of people, I do mask up still. But I haven't always masked up. Like if I go out to eat and stuff like that, I don't. It's like I'm like probably like a mixed bag, right? Like, and I don't mask up necessarily to not catch COVID, but I don't want people catching my shit. Like if I've got germs or if I had strep and didn't know it, that kind of stuff. I kind of don't mind wearing masks, especially in places where, I think like wearing a mask isn't the worst thing in the world, and it's not COVID. It's not like the whole like should I mask or not mask kind of thing. Plus, it keeps my face warm in the winter. Now I don't know how I'm gonna feel this summer, wearing a mask around people, but haven't gotten sick that I know of. Like I mean, like nothing, no strep throat, no flu, no like I mean nothing. Not a thing since I've done that. So, like, I guess it's like this general idea of not trying to spread germs to other people. Now, I don't know if that's keeping germs away from me as well. But the first time I usually get sick, and I got kids too. Like, they got a lot of friends, and so I haven't gotten sick. Surprisingly, past what is that now? 3 years. At least I haven't gotten. And normally I'll get sick at least once or twice a season. But I haven't gotten sick. Yeah, like that the allergies has helped with a ton. It's this weird thing where I'm like, I get the idea of I don't want to be forced to mask anymore. I get it. I understand it, but I'm like, hey, this actually isn't too bad. Like keeps my face warm in the winter. I'm like, I'm not getting sick. And I'm not spreading germs to other people. But I'm not 100%. So I'm most certainly not. Like I'm still going out to eat. I'm still going out here. I'm still going out there. Still around people. But like if I go to like the Home Depot or if I go grocery shopping or something, it's packed, mask. If I go to like an event with I just went to an event with a bunch of people were there, right? In this like glass, or it was like a plastic dome or something. And it was packed full of people. And I wore a mask in there. Matter of fact, I was like lifting my mask up to drink whiskey. People were looking at me. I was like, yeah, fuck you. Like, whatever. You do you and I'll do me. Oh, there we go. Vic's breaking down right now. Or you know what? Sell those. No. Just give me the 51 penny ones. Give me a second to catch up. All right, better. Long again. Yep, my lollipop still shows negative right there. It's still negative. Still not positive. So, just talking too much. Yeah. Oh, baby. 397 is now printing 63 cents right now. I am long calls here. Getting a nice winning trade off the day already. Very happy here. We have a break below on the VIX of 2172. VIX now in free fall. Looking to go back and test the lows on VIX of 1897. See if we can get up here and try to tag some of these higher highs. Nice little squeeze right here. VIX starting to break down here. Yeah, I haven't been drinking either. And I even stopped drinking beer. No whiskey, no beer, no alcohol of any kind. I think I'm at a point where I was talking to my wife and I said I don't think I can even drink. I was like, I think it impacts my voice. So you might get like a pure sober Jim James. It's kind of weird. Like pure sober, like no bear. Like I love having like if you're working hard or something, like you go outside and you shovel. Like we had snow. The weather here has been weird. We've had like snow, get hammered with snow, then we get ice, then we get a sunny day. Matter of fact, on this past Sunday, we had snow and 40, 45 degree weather. It was bizarre. And so the weather is all over the place. Right? I'm trying to pay attention to the market right now. See if I can get this squeeze higher. Should have taken the money and ran on that trade. I'm trying to keep this trade alive right up in the air. But the weather's been absurd right now. And of course, you go outside. Remember, we were getting the boat ready, and we're getting and we have a pop-up camper.
First Republic Bank considers downsizing options if capital raise fails.
We used to be exclusively just backpackers.
This stream is sponsored by TickStrike. TickStrike allows you to actually hear order flow in futures, forex, and stock instruments. Get a free trial at tickstrike.com.
Now we try to do like a base camp. Wherever we go, we'll bring a pop-up with us, park it somewhere, and we use it like a base camp. I got girls, and these girls like nice places, and when they don't get nice places, some of the places that we go doesn't have a lot of amenities anyways. So I make sure that they're well taken care of when we're there. So I was trying to get that all ready for spring, the boat ready for spring, summer. Trading higher now, 396.80. Trading 63 cents on those 397s. See if we can get a nice fat move up here. Got this little H line you could put in here if you want to. Start get some squeezing above there. If I can get a nice 100% trade off this, I'll be happy. So we're trying to get all this stuff ready. My daughter fell, and I don't know if we took a picture of it. I'll see if I can get a picture for you guys. And all I was thinking in my head was solo sailing, and how many sailors are lost solo sailing. Not being, well, I guess it doesn't matter if you are tied in. Because even if you're tied in, you just get dragged behind and drowned to death. The dangers of solo sailing, dangers of solo backpacking, all that kind of stuff. Are you guys getting ready for spring? I know some of you, like I know Joe Donut started getting ready for spring a couple weeks ago. They already got spring down south. Are you guys all ready to go for a springtime, summertime? Got a bunch of trips planned this year. Got a bunch of tickets for games. Trading 63 cents. Come on, man. Print this shit. Print it, baby. Murder the VIX, please. Send the VIX to like 18 bucks. Yeah, you're getting all ready for the summertime? That's what I'm doing.
104 counterparties take $2.195 trillion at the Federal Reserve Corporation.
That does bring up the question back too, right? Do we get the like summertime gets slow in the stock market? Do we get the not well last year it didn't. But sometimes summers get kind of slow, right? They try to get price up there for the summer while people start to take vacations. You're taking the family on a cruise in April? That's nice. Yeah, you're doing the boat waxing? I'm trying to put mine. I'm a little pissed off right now. I got a summer vacation spot, and they're telling me I can't bring some of my stuff there, and I'm a little upset. I don't know if that's fact yet or not. I got to go have a conversation with people. I might have to get a mooring for my boat. I'm a little pissed off right now. Still to be decided. Oh man, I'm yawning here. Yeah, NVIDIA's holding nice on its hourly. NVIDIA tagged its hourly twice, tagged it back at 9:30 this morning, and it just tagged it and held it again at 257.60. What kind of cruise you going on, Iron Mike? Are you going? Where's the cruise to? How many days is it? Just came here to say SPY 400 for life. Give or take 20 points. Yeah, Google was looking the most bullish of all the tickers, right? We were looking at all the Fangman stocks this morning, and Google was looking the nicest of all of them. See if we can spread this out a little bit. See if we can get a nice squeeze here. They keep bouncing me at like 64 cents or so in these calls. I just want them to fucking print like $1, 80 cents. I'll take 80 cents. Give me $1. Give me $1.05. Fucking pay these calls. No, I don't want to sell. None of you guys in here right now are going to be doing anything for spring or summer? No plans for the summer. Nobody taking any big hikes. Nobody's taking any big surf trips. Nobody's taking any kind of, I don't know, boat trips, big games. Anybody getting stoked for the U.S. World Cup? That's on our radar, too. Getting ready for U.S. World Cup, Men's World Cup. We were discussing going to a summer Burning Man event. Still haven't made a decision on that. What do you got, Tony? Texas, Royal Caribbean, 5 nights? Sounds great. Port Costa. You're hitting the road again for 3 months. Tour of Cali and Pacific Northwest. It's a good trip. Good summer trip. You haven't booked anything yet. Dude, college football in Dublin. Dude, that's a banger of a game to see. That's a banger of a game. Deep cleaning of your house. Good luck with that, Erms. That's got to be hell. How long have you lived in that house for? Deep sea fish on the Gulf Coast for 3 weeks? God dang, that's great. Few camping trips on the beach sounds great. No money to go on vacation trips. You can't even do the, tell me you can't even do the, you know what, some of the cheap vacations we take are the, like backcountry camping trips are dirt cheap. Some of my favorite trips to take, too. We have good times doing that. Destin, baby. I love Destin, Florida. Having first baby in August. Wife wants to go somewhere, thinking Charleston or Asheville. Charleston's a blast. Go to Charleston. Asheville's coming up, but Charleston is where it's at. Weekend trip with the fellows to Jackpot in Sun Valley for gambling, golf, and drinking. Yeah, that's a good time, too. Yeah, I've got a hedge on the market right now. I took the long side of that trade off. The short side of that trade, the long put side of that trade is, if that hits, I'll be very wealthy. Not wealthy, but it'll pay for the entire summer. I like Charleston. You actually know what? Jill's making a good point here. If it was summertime, Charleston summers will be quiet. Foley Beach will be all right. But summertime is Savannah time. And not only is it more Savannah time, it's what is it? Tybee Island is a blast. So whoever posted about going to Asheville or Charleston, I would reconsider like Jill's saying, reconsider going to like Foley Beach. No, not Foley Beach, to Tybee Island. And you can get some sweet deals down in Savannah too. And it's busy. Like Savannah's like slamming in the summertime. Tybee Island, and they have the like bands on the beach and stuff. You have like bars you can sit at and drink all day long. Listen to some bands playing music. You have 5 weddings to go this summer. Woof. Who you going to the Masters? That's on my deck for this summer. Is more golf than usual. Just looking to see if we can get a little bit of a test here. See if we get this test to move higher. Got a nice bull trade here. Just squeeze higher. Look for the confirmation. Move higher here. See if we can get it. I'll pull the trade off if we break below. Price breaks below over here. I'll take the trade off. Eat barefoot at the Crab Shack. Man. I don't know, man, Eugene. I think Charleston has the entire South beat. When it comes to young hotties, Charleston is the spot. Like Charleston's got like 5 hot girls to every one, not for every ugly guy. 5 hot girls for every one ugly guy. The Masters sounds awesome. I got golf on my. I've been having not slacking on golf, but last year I did more driving range than golf course last year, and this year I'm trying to. I got a house for the summertime, right next to a golf club, and I'm hoping that it's like a not 20. It's got three 18-hole courses or something, and it's a vicious course. So I'm hoping that I can Hoping that I can get more rounds in this year. Key West, baby. Augustine, Florida is amazing too. The Pirate House Tabion went years ago. Yeah. I'm drinking water. I'm drinking water. I got water here. And I'm not drinking tea. I'm drinking coffee. I got to go back to tea, don't I? Thanks for saying something about drinking water. I'm drinking it right now. Grand Canaries. Man, you guys got some great trips this summer. Eugene, are you going to be able to do anything this summer? David G, I'll try to get at that right now. As soon as the day is over, I'm going to check all DMs. Spy trying to squeeze here. Market still with a hedge on it. Hedge funds don't care. Just cough it up. I got the electric kettle. I did get an electric kettle. I did order one. I'm going to make a tea station, supposedly. My wife's going to help me with a tea station. Try to help me out with my my voice. I should have said something about that. Joe Donut say it's a fact that if you switch your daily coffee for tea, you can remove 86% of the joy that is left in your sad, sad life. I know they're so smug tea drinkers. My wife is a tea drinker. And I know that my wife looks at me and she's like, just the fact that I drink tea and you drink coffee, I'm going to live 5 years longer than you are. She gives me that look. I think all tea drinkers are smug. Tell me I'm not lying. Tell me I'm lying here. Like you have like the coffee crowd and all the coffee crowd does their own thing, right? What's better and what's not better? This is the worst. What are you doing? You're boiling coffee on a stove. But then you get the tea drinkers, and the tea drinkers are like, get fucked, buddy. Like we're in the same level. Oh yeah, 66 cents now on 397 C's. Dude, just pay these fucking calls. Pay me my money. Black coffee or go home. That's right. I'm Matthew Ryan. Trading 67 cents right now. 68 cents right now. 69 cents, baby. There we go. Give me $1 print. 69 cents. I'm almost there. I got 30 more cents to go. Keep on squeezing. Keep on squeezing. Murder that VIX. Keep on squeezing. Pay me that VIX. Keep on squeezing. Push it on up. Come on up there and get these shorts. Dude, I'm telling you, man, tea drinkers, they think tea drinkers are like San Franciscans, just drinking smug all day long. Ah, can you smell that? It's smug. Why do you have smug? I drink tea. Come on, baby, pay me. Pay me that money, please. Now trading 71 cents, 72 cents on 397 C's. Get on up there, baby. We take some of this off up here. Come on. Push it up there. Squeeze it up. There we go. 72 cents right now. Come on. Come on. 73 cents. Come on now. 74 cents, 73 cents. Can I get 75? Can I get 80? Give me 80. Trading in 1 minute. Shouldn't be doing this in stream with you. Give me 75 cents. Cam's not supposed to be trading the 1 minute with you. Oh, there we go. 79, baby. Oh, Jesus Christ, self. Give me my fucking money. Come on. There you go. There's my fill. Okay, I'm flat now. Okay, I'm good. I'm cool. Let's see if we can get a retest down below. Maybe I can enter one more time. Get something like this. Maybe try to get up there. Watch this thing right here and see if this works itself out. Keep your eyes on the prize, baby. Let's take a look at the 5 minute for the people trading a 5 minute chart. All right, here we go. Back to a 5 minute here. I'm feeling good about today. Making some money. Nice little crossover here. We might just go straight up right here. We could just start blasting right through. 396.82. We might just rip face here. 396.82. We might not even wait here. We might just start blasting. 396.82. Another target above. 396.82 right over there. 396.82 right in here. Okay. I'm going to look to see if we come back to this white line right here. Hope you're all making money with us today on Captain Jim James's The Stock Market Show. Good to be back. First trade of the day, green. Free money. Join in every single day for free money. As long as I'm here and not dying of my throat. So we tagged this one right here. It's pretty good, right? Got another one above. Might not even wait and just start smashing through. Now that's whatever that shit that I put up my nose. Whatever that shit, that thing that I stuck up my nose a half an hour ago, that big long stick, it's making my boogers run. I'm like snorting boogers. Trading 397.21 right now. Now those calls that I got out of, they're back to 79 cents. They might just blast off and might go there. We got one more place to look at. Remember this right here. So this is another little H line above. This is where shorts were prior. I'm going to show them where you were right here. Right above right here. So you could get one more little squeeze out here. Nice little squeeze above here. Try to turn this into some support. Make our way higher. And we got a couple of other places to look at above here. We got, this little teeing off spot way up there. A couple other places to be looking on the market. Just kill the VIX, man. Just murder the VIX. Maybe that helps right there. Does that help? There we go, right there. That helps. Got some places showing themselves now to us. We have some bars above, some targets there. You see them showing themselves higher. Right there, right there. We got another one right there. 397 is now trading 80 cents. I'm not long these anymore, but I'm looking to get long on them again if I can. Hope I don't get left behind here. But I'm happy. Yeah, Fauci's big long stick. You know, I'm like open to it. If I get COVID, I get COVID. I don't have COVID yet. I'm still waiting to get it. I'm assuming. I thought about it the other day. I was like, whenever I do come down with COVID, I might probably get knocked the fuck out. Everyone that I know has been knocked out by it. Not everybody, but most people that I've known haven't said like, it was easy. Most people that I've known, they've gotten knocked out. pretty severely at the minimum. And I know people that have died from it too. These are older people, but very healthy older people that have died from COVID. Squeezing higher now, not even waiting, just trading 397.37. Does it go all the way? Does 397 actually? Dude, 397 can end up printing that $1.40. Trading 397.35 right now. Trading 85 cents on those calls. Big squeeze is ahead for us right here. Let me look on SPY real quick and see why I had that red bar above. Oh, yeah, we're really bullish here. Actually, going long again. Give me a second here. We have on SPY a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 trigger combination here. If you are a bear here, just be really careful of a major squeeze taking place in the background. You may not see it, but we may like uncontrollably squeeze here. Now, if we do get a pullback, 394.20. See something here. 394.20 is down here now. All of this is now all this is just pushing and squeezing higher. Could be a market squeeze in the making. I'll show it to you on a different chart here so you can see what I'm talking about. Someone's going to get squeezed, probably tech. So we're going to watch this right here. I want you to see something here. So I want you to see this cluster right here, right where my cursor is, and this hourly moving up higher here. If this hourly starts coming up higher and all this stuff gets underneath and price stays above here, in previous examples, it gets really, I want to call it emotional. Let's see if I can show you a prior example of this. We had everything together. Everything together. It's been a long time. Let's see if I can bring. Yeah, it's been a long, long time. We're going back into the 2020s here. Yeah, I can't show it on this chart. I'll have to make a larger chart for you. But I do want you to know that they get violent. Here's a good example right here. Here's a good close example. I want you to see. I believe this is, back in December 13th. A violent squeeze higher here. And we're coming into that same time period right now, and I want you to be aware of it. This can become very, very, very violent. So hang on tight. Even if there's a rejection here, even if we come up here and there's a rejection, you're talking about the ability for the market to squeeze unrelentlessly higher. And that green line is right here. That's this one right here. I'm showing you. We could see a violent move up higher here. And sellers do not want to give this up. If sellers give this up here, even if it's just time-based, if we start doing this nonsense here, this comes up over the next 3-4 hours, anything like that. 394.03. Give me a second here. Let me check the 394.05. Right down here. Even though it's right here, this is moving up. It's just like climbing, and it's pushing the market higher. 396.75. 396.75 right down here. I guess we could have left this up here and moved this up. Make that yellow again. So this is where it was earlier, right? This right here, 396.75. See what some of you are saying with this squeeze potential here. Show it to you right now. I'm going to show it to you in the VIX too. It's right here. Huge violent squeezing. Now, you don't want to get trapped here. I'm assuming a bear is going to tell you, yeah, you're going to get trapped in here. The VIX. Let's look at the VIX real quick. It's a 30-minute chart. Let's look on the 1-minute chart so you can see it too. There's a 1-minute chart on the SPY. It's beautiful right here. Gorgeous. Hourly is just racing up to meet it right now. Bam, 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 bam. It's like 1600, 4 o'clock. It'll be interesting to see if we trade sideways into this 4 o'clock hour for a squeeze overnight. Or if they try to trap the bulls on the way down. No. You got VIXpiration, right? Coming up. So you got VIX. I want to see the VIX stay below 22 and ultimately below 2162 on the VIX. So 2 targets for VIX for you to watch if you're a bear. 2362 and then 2152. Yeah, the squeezing here could be violent. Absolutely violent. And I guess if you're a bear, the rollover, I guess you're thinking about the rollover over here into tomorrow. 4 p.m. will be an interesting time today. Let's see where they leave us at 4. It might be nice. Might be interested in a strangle, on the close here. Depending where they leave us. VIX just cratering right now. Now trading 21.41 on the VIX. VIX getting bloodbathed. Trading 21.41 right now in VIX. Yeah, there's a giant squeeze happening right here. You're not seeing it in SPY, but there is a massive squeeze taking place. And a lot of velocity to the upside. NVDA squeezing higher right now. Tesla squeezing higher. Apple squeezing higher now. Whole market squeezing. Google's squeezing like crazy too right now. VIX now trading 21.34. It's gonna be kind of wild. I'm kind of thinking about whenever that hedge comes off SPY. I mean, does it go up 100 fucking points in a day? Whenever the hedge comes off the market, it's gonna be fucking stupid. I wouldn't be surprised if someone was asking about if they did a pause or a rate cut. We'd probably squeeze to the fucking moon in like 5 minutes. It would be wild. Joe Harper saying gross. Yeah, you can see they're not shorting them. They're not shorting individual tickers. They're getting run over right now. Apple's just running people over right now. Do I think we're seeing some hedging coming up right now? No, I think that not even think, we know that the market is hedged via SPY and not via individual tickers. So you're like long tickers and individual tickers, and then you're shorting the index because it's so cheap. But if any good news comes around at any moment, there should be just crazy squeezing, just like we saw earlier in the week. Yeah, if there was a pause, you'd probably see 430, 460 easily. It could happen in like a day or 3 days. I mean, that's how crazy the shorts are in this market. It's insane. Or not the market, but the SPY itself. You'd probably see a squeeze to tomorrow. You'd probably see a squeeze to at least 405, if not higher, by Friday. You might see like 402 get tagged, come back, and then a much larger move higher. It would be violent. I don't know. I don't know. Or I'm trying not. Don't know. I'm trying to figure out the hedging on the market. It's all through SPY. So if you had the potential of getting run over, it could blast off. Yeah, Omar is saying a $14 move up from 2 to 4 p.m. We've seen those days too, right? There's been a few days in the past year where hedges did come off the market, and those days where it did, we went up 3% in 4 hours. 4%, it was 3.5%, something like that. It was like 3 or 4 hours long. It was just straight up. This makes me want to buy calls every day right here. I just hold them into the close. Today, tomorrow, doesn't really matter. The moment they lift their finger, it's just going to go to the fucking moon. I'm missing some tweets here. I love it. First Republic will be discussed by major banks. CEOs gathered in Washington for a 2-day scheduled meeting beginning Tuesday. Sources. ECB's NREA on capital for smaller banks. We are much more demanding than our colleagues in the United States. If the capital raise fails, First Republic Bank is considering downsizing options. You gotta love this shit. I'm reading some of this stuff in the background here about regional banks and banks that are taking on obscene risk. We're not even in the discussion. I love how the ball moves too. The ball moves on. Well, they took these bonds because rates. They didn't have a choice. I'm like, this is bullshit. 35% exposure, or no, 70. What do you call it? 65% exposure to 35% long bonds. Yeah, no. And then not adding bond. The crazy part too is they didn't add bonds as rates went up. So I got nothing for these banks. Trying to sell right now. Bears trying to roll this over here, trying to get this under. I don't think that it matters much though. I don't think that if they get this roll here, it's not really too big of a deal. If we do get a roll here, I don't think it really matters. I think that anything down here is nothing but a bull buy down here. Market extremely supportive in here, and then also an awesome buy down below. So I'm not buying any of this right now from the Bears. Although it would be epic, right? Bears can get underneath here. The Bears can get underneath and then get down here and try to get underneath. I guess this is a nice target for Bears down here, but in truth, Bears need to get underneath. I think it's moved now, right? 394.03. Yeah, so we had this. This is actually higher now, too. This is now your key level for the Bears. So we're getting this nice coiling in the market. Bears now don't have to get down that low. Bears actually only have to get lower below here. And that would be Beartown. Any YouTube finance streamers following us? We're building a toolkit for streamers to have their headlines and their streams need testers. Comment, DM us. Where'd you see that? Should I say something? Because I stream. As a matter of fact, I didn't stream it this morning, did I? I should show that I actually do stream there. Should I say something to them? Hold on here. Let me do something here. I don't have it up right now. There it is right there. I've got them up. Actually do. Uh-oh, action required. Your RSF feed trial has expired. Oh, shit. Okay. So I have to sign up now. I didn't know that. Looks like I'm paying something else here. looks like I gotta sign up for something here. Okay, what do I gotta pay here? Get started now. Your number one source for RSS feeds. How much is it costing? How much does this cost? It has expired. Okay, so how do I sign up? How much is this going to cost me? Click here to upgrade your subscription. $8 a month. Individual plan, 1 team member, 15 RSS feeds, 4 widgets, 60-minute refresh rate. 60-minute refresh rate. I'm going to pay $17 a month right now for... Oh, got a little bit of a rollover in the market right now. Trying to make me pay $17 a month. You know what that means? I got to create my own RSS feeds without them. 15 RSS feeds, only 1 hour free, 60-minute refresh rate. Okay, let's activate it. Boy, they're really trying to get me here. Hold on here. I got to pay this real quick. What am I doing here? Come on now, I got to pay this. 100 RSS feeds, 10 widgets, 20 email digests, 15-minute refresh rate, 200 posts and collections. Looks like I'm paying. PayPal. Developer plan. Looks like more money. Man, I don't know if I should do this. I'm like suspect of this. Maybe I should contact. Okay, so the ads should be gone. Let's see if that yellow thing keeps coming up. Let's see. How do I close this thing? Exit. Okay, now let's see if it comes up with action required. Oh, yeah. They're happy now? Dude, $20 a month for a ticker feed. Or not for this isn't for this isn't this one. My scroller doesn't cost me money. The RSS generator costs me $20 a month. So there you go, guys. $20 a month for that thing to scroll down below. No. I got it. So I paid $20 a month now for this thing to happen. It gives me I did the developer package. It's $20 a month. Yeah, it's so I've got so this thing right here. This thing is free. Now the updating of data is not. that make sense? Like the actual feeds in there are not free, and then they don't update. But every hour for like the cheapest plan was like every hour. Right there. $20 a fucking month for that? Now I'm all stinky about it. So we're sitting right now on the weekly. I should post that. I should draw that in there. So this is the weekly right here. Let me write this in here for you. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. Weekly trigger right here. 395.60. This is the same down here. This 395.60. This is the monthly down here. Maybe I have to make this blue. Blue. That's cool. We haven't done that color before. This one should be orange. Is that orange? Yeah, that's orange. This is the monthly. This is the weekly. And this is the daily right here. This right here is the daily. Make this one yellow. Make that one red. And then the green one down below, this is the hourly right here. Maybe I should do the colors with the triggers every day on the boxes. And this is Beartown, but down here. Do Beartown. Yeah, right down there, Beartown. Maybe that's better. Key level right here. This is the weekly. This is the monthly. Maybe I should be doing it like this. This is the daily. Maybe this is better every day. Show you guys where these are every day. Maybe I'll just start opening the show with where these things are. Daily, weekly. Yeah, I like that. And monthly. Maybe that helps. Something like that. Yeah, there's a. So you've got I've got the ticker scroll, right? And then to pay, so I pull feeds from. Now what's cool about this, paying for this, is that I can add feeds to it from specific accounts. So let's say you have an account on Twitter that only posts long, short, long, short, long, short. I can add their Twitter feed to this scroller, and only when they post would that come up in this scroller. So right now I've got news feeds from Twitter. Now the problem here is that a lot of this stuff only updates every 15 minutes. So I should probably look. So I paid for it right now. What I'll do is after Cash Market today is I'll look to find out if there's an RSS feed that I can pay for. That's like a 1-minute update on specific accounts or real-time updating. I'm assuming every minute or so I can get a feed. This is all the stuff that Elon talks about, right? Like paying for this stuff, where it used to be free. Like Twitter follow used to be instant. Not instant, but you could get like a 30-second or a 1-minute update on this stuff. Real-time updates if you want it on Twitter follow. So all this stuff is changing. Now going back to Financial Juice, should I send them a an email. I guess I should send them maybe I should email them, right? Is that what they said? Email Financial Juice? Let me see if I can contact them. Oh, no, and that's their Discord. Let me see if I can contact them. Contact us. Got a question. Interesting partnering with you. Yes, I am. Okay. Let me see if I can send them something. Support at Financial Juice. See if I can send them an email right now. Partnering with Financial Juice. Thanks for saying something about Financial Juice. Who said that in the chat? DB Sigma. Do you mind posting? Do you mind posting something to them and just saying, say, hey, CaptainJimJames loves Financial Juice. He talks about you all the time. He wants to do a partnership with you. And say, I think he's sending you an email right now. Let me see here. I'm doing it right in live and stream. Maybe I should do it from my CJJ account. Hold on a second. Maybe I'll do it from another account here. Hold on. Wrong account to be doing. I'm doing this on stream right now. Let me see. See if I can do this from the right account. All right, here we go. Oh, come on now. That's such a pain in the ass. Copy. It's not there anymore, right? It doesn't say pay anymore. You would see that yellow thing that says pay. Oh, wait a minute. Your wife's boyfriend's saying something that we lost all of our feeds. Tweet shift and yeah. Your wife, YMB, I got you. I'll be calling you after the stream today. Let me see if I can. Let me see if I can fire something off here too. Oh, my battery's running low. Hang tight 1 second here. We're having some issues in the background. Weirdness. Got a dead power strip here. All right. Financial juice. Should I ask ChatGPT how to write this letter? Partnership. Write some. So, hello. Saw your post on Twitter about a possible partnership. With Financial Juice. We have a community. We have a large community. Live stream on YouTube and Twitch. We have a live stream on YouTube and Twitch. A strong Discord community. And Twitter presence. We love citing you guys. Please let me know if there is a possibility saw your post on Twitter. Of a partnership. Is there a possibility of partnership? Thanks. I do like them, so. All right. Ready? Set? What do you guys think? Does that sound okay? Should I say anything else? All right, send. We're just going to send it. Boom. Sent. Okay, so I sent a letter to the foot picks of the trading group. Hey, thank you, Legend X22X. I appreciate it. Don't forget to tell them about the feet picks. You know what they have? They've like Bookmap has reached out. I think Trend Spider has reached out. I still haven't contacted all those guys. I should, and I haven't done that. So I guess I need to contact all of these folks because I do like using them. So what I do is let me see if I can refresh the chat here. Yeah, like today we're kind of slow, right? We only have 259 concurrent viewers right now, but normally we have 400 or 500 on YouTube, and then we've got at least usually 200 on Twitch. So probably because I didn't stream yesterday, if I had to guess. Yeah, I think it was Trend. It was either Trend Spider or another one. I gotta. You know what I'll do is today I'll contact all these people today and see what they say. They contacted me once or twice before. I wanted to do something, but then I got too busy with the website. But for right now, we might as well. You know, it's funny. I was looking at I was looking at the book, like the books, and I think I made like $1.50 or something, which is kind of funny. I'll have to show you guys. I'll have to show you guys the figures on that stuff. I'll bring it up on stream and show you guys. You guys are all short here. Is that what you are? Oh no. Yeah, you know, maybe I can have Joe. Maybe Joe has some time to help with these. Maybe I'll just forward all of these requests. So, Joe, I just want you to know that I have, like, for months now, I've had potential sponsors that have reached out. Maybe I'll just talk to Joe about it, see if Joe could help out. I've got oh yeah, Big Ass 86. Big Bass 86. I already showed you the high and lows for tomorrow on SPY. I'll show them to you again right now. Make sure you're tuning in first thing in the morning. But I will show you right now. So on the 5-day here, now it's not really thinking about the implied move. It is what the implied move is for tomorrow. Take a screenshot of this if you're just joining us. Here's your implied move for tomorrow. It's right up here and down here, right here. You're going to expect tomorrow at least the first, you're going to expect at least, you know, if we get a squeeze higher for it to fail and for this to fail, you won't actually hit it. They won't actually go in the money, typically in your first rip higher or lower. There is the market is very supportive right now. So just so you can see this right here, we've got the daily. Here's your daily trend right here. This is your monthly trend. This is your hourly trend. The market is very supportive here. And what do bears want? They want to get underneath this and get underneath this to take this market lower. If you look at the market as a whole right now, the bears have more work to do than the bulls. It's not the other way around. Right here, the bears have a ton of work to do. They need to break through. This is all supportive right here. Whether you agree with this or not, we're in a supportive environment for the bulls currently. You can look on an hourly, a daily, 15-minute chart, a 5-minute chart. All of this work the bulls have done to get up here brings up that question. If we're getting up here to go higher, then where is it? Is it 430? Is it 410? Is it 405? Those are all big questions here. I know that if you look at a chart of like Apple on a year, this is the place where bears send it to the depths of hell, right? I know I can see that on a regular chart. I want you to know, I want you to see something here. I want to show you guys something. A difference right now in the market, okay? So I'm going to show you something real quick. So Apple. Let's look at a 1-year chart on Apple, and then we're going to look at a different chart on Apple. I want you to see this right here. Okay, this is the no landing scenario. So just looking at Apple here. Just be like, if you're just like, hey, I'm looking at a chart right now. And I hate these fucking lines right here. But if you're looking at this line right here, you're going to say to yourself, well, we sold the fuck out of this. We sold the fuck out of that. We sold the fuck out of that. We should sell the fuck out of this. We should. And I got crash puts on right now. I'm fucking loaded to the tits in them.
Gauge tumbled as stocks pushed higher with a rally in
so
banks,
I had ratios, but now I'm sitting in just the put side to roll this over. And that's like your base case for a bear. That's what a bear has to say here. But I want to show you something else here that you're not seeing underneath the surface of the market.
By TickStrike. TickStrike allows you to actually hear.
I'm going to show you Apple here.
Forex and stock instruments. Get a free trial at tickstrike.com.
And a stark difference in what Apple looks like over the course of a year. And there is a difference in what Apple looks like. And I want you to see this difference in Apple. And in Apple here, Apple broke below its hourly, its daily. Then it smashed below camp higher, and it just started smashing through down here. And it got caught by its monthly, right? Traded higher again, sold back down again, sold back down again. But at this point, price is trading above all of these things. So unless and I want you to see the difference here. I want you to see this yellow line coming up, the green line coming up, and the opportunity for some. And you can see this monthly here. I want you to see this monthly right here. It's been. Hold on a second here. I want you to see how supportive the market has been of this monthly down here. Right here, supportive. Right? Tried to break below the monthly, couldn't do it. So it starts to beg the question of where is the high here? Is it 180? Is it 160? Is it 164? Right? And so right now, Apple is bullish at this moment. So unless we see some breaking of key levels on Apple and SPY, the move is still up. When Apple is trading above this yellow line right here, right? It's bullish. You can see the defense of that yellow line. This is daily trend, defended. Even if Apple rolls over here, as long as this daily is maintained and defended, it's going to move up here is my point. So even if Apple rolls down, if it was to defend 154, 150, it's still in a bullish context, right? So you have to give that to the bulls until that breaks. Until that daily trend breaks on Apple, it's a bulls trade. Does that make sense? You need to have price get below the daily, right, and start to trade lower so you can get the meat of the move lower on Apple specifically. So just looking at this right now, unless you start breaking these key levels. So right now in Apple, 151.27. Way down here. Unless this area right here is broken, it's just another pullback for Apple to go higher here. Does that make sense? Now you can take this trade and try to sell this down, but trend right now for bulls is just buying this daily all the way up. It's right here, it's right here, it's right here. It's been like that since October. It's been like that since summer of 2022. Now here's January, or no, sorry, not October. Here's January 4th. And then back here, this is June. Back here is October 14th, November 8th, and you've got buyers stepping in. Boom, 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 4 buyers. And they're all culminating. All of this is culminating in this rip face move higher inside the market. Now, I'm not saying, like, can't sell this market down to the depths of hell. We're not going to sell this market down to the depths of hell. All these bulls are waiting for is to get back down here to take this move even higher. That's all they're looking for in Apple. Hold on here, bring that back there. It's kind of crazy, right? And so when you're looking at SPY right here, SPY has not followed suit, has it? And, if they ever take this hedge off for any reason tomorrow, this market could just blast off, like literally just blast off. I guess if you're a bear, you want to like sell this market. Like you're like, fuck yeah, bear, sell it. It's way down here. Beartown, baby, 393. It's actually even higher. It's 393.91 or so. Beartown is now up here. Now, I'm not talking about coming down here. I'm not talking about slapping down below and then it comes back up and trades higher. I'm talking about full rejection and get some new lows. Like full blast through this key level right here. Bears need to just smash it down. And that comes with news. Bears need bad news badly. And I think raising rates 25 BPS, I think that gets you 393. I don't think it gets you like a confirmed bloodbath. I don't think it does. I don't think you get the confirmed bloodbath. I think right now that what they're doing with these banks, what they're doing with these banks is, I think the move is going to be that right sideways and up. So if we get a blast down to 393, I think with 25 BPS this gets bought. I think this gets bought. I think Apple gets bought at 151.68. I think it gets bought. I think buyers step right in at 151.88. Trading 158.43 right now. Just about 7 points lower. Bulls will step in and try to buy that. Unless you get some kind of something. I don't think that anybody cares about the Fed anymore. Like, the Fed has fucked themselves. Like, point blank, they have fucked themselves at this point, in my view. By supporting these banks, they've lost credibility. Fed has lost credibility, in my view. It becomes a buyable dip. They need to do like 50 BPS tomorrow, something like that. Outside of that, Fed has lost all credibility. They really have. If you're not going to take money, I don't think they're going to take money and be like, yeah, we're going to fuck you over in the stock market. I think the buyer is going to step right back in on any bad news unless you get 50 BPS or you get some kind of tone from the Fed saying we're not going to support these banks. Maybe some kind of conversation like that in his press release. Outside of that, they really did fuck up royally. Like, they fucked up. So I can't say. I'll stop saying F. I'll stop dropping F bombs. But it's a disaster what they have done. It's a full disaster. Yeah, it's a disaster. Right now is a disaster for the Fed. No matter how you look at it, there's nothing that can be said to save it. They got nothing for me. You can't buy into them. They're all the work that's been done is erased. It's all erased right now, and there's no renegotiating that. That's what's happened. They've supported the market. The Fed put us here, whether you know it or not. If they continue to raise rates and try to do this, like, raise rates to fight inflation, but we're still scamming, they're going to front run this market going higher. So I'm very fascinated to see what the Fed has to say tomorrow. I would be shocked to see the Fed step out and try to say, yeah, we're gonna screw you over. It's like, what do you mean you're gonna screw? Like, you're trying to front run 2008? Literally, what it is. It's like, we're gonna get out ahead of 2008, protect ourselves, and we're gonna burn the market down in the course of this. So I don't know if that's how it happens. I think the timeline is all screwed up right now too. Like, you're talking about timelines of thinking maybe we'd get a bottom end of 2023, excuse me, and then maybe 2024. That timeline's out the window. Out the window. Out the window. You can kiss all that shit goodbye. You can kiss fighting inflation goodbye. And you already know that the balance sheet's going up. What else can I say to you? Balance sheet goes up, the market goes up. I don't know how else to explain that. It's like it's such an oxymoron right now. Yeah, they're in the box, dude. They're totally in the box. They're totally effed right now. And there's nothing they can do about it.
Natural gas futures jump over 5%.
They shafted themselves. They totally did. And there's nothing they can say about this. There's nothing. They're so doomed. The balance sheet goes up, the market goes up. It's like, that's not rocket science. I don't know what else to say. I don't know what you tell me in the chat what the Fed can say. It's going to be laughable. Honestly, it's going to be laughable. It's transitory. I totally agree. I totally agree. It's such a disaster. I think even bulls and bears can agree on some of this stuff. At least the smart ones out there know exactly how messed up this is. It's a total disaster. Don't let anyone try to fool you out there. It's a total disaster. It's a total, utter disaster.
NYMEX gasoline April futures settle at $2.53 a gallon, and NYMEX diesel April futures settle at $2.69 a gallon.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know. Like, I was trying to explain this morning. I was like, I'm trying to explain this. I'm like, you're not gonna, you're not tricking the market. You're seeing stocks rip higher. You're seeing Qs rip higher.
Barrel. That's up $1.69 or 2.5%.
You're seeing the market react in a way that's showing that we're at a bottom or near a bottom. I don't care if SPY sells off 150 points tomorrow. Market's saying we're at a bottom. So I don't know. Maybe you knock it down with a 50 BPS or 100 BPS or something, but that's bottom. Like, we're either at the bottom or we're going to see a bottom in the next coming weeks. So.
And NYMEX natural gas futures settle at $2.34.
And you're not going to reintroduce money into the system and not see the market go up is the key point here. And I don't care.
This stream is sponsored by To The Tick. Get free daily pivot points, Fibonacci, and market profile levels by signing up at tothetick.com.
I don't care, right? I'll be honest with you. I don't care, right? If you printed money in 2020 and 2021, if you removed that money and stopped printing money, but now you're re-injecting it, the market's going up. And there's people out there that know better that are saying, this is how insane this is. They're saying, hey, other things are broken that we can't see. The Treasury Department and the Fed are trying to tell us that nothing's broken. If you were in this stream earlier this morning, I said to you, no, it is worse than we think it is, right? So they're going to have to inject. And not only that, they're going to try to inject what they already printed in the past. And then if they ever get to the point needing liquidity to provide cash to foreign governments or even individuals, if you have an individual, let's say, that lives in another country that's, hey, I want to get some dollars here, right? We don't have the liquidity to provide for that. They're going to have to print more. Forget we've already printed and removed and warehoused, which we knew we were warehousing. And if you read closely the removing of the liquidity in the system, it wasn't all removed permanently. They were warehousing some of this shit. It was inside the Fed. The Fed actually released this information early this summer of 2022. So they were warehousing parts of this money. And so now they're re-injecting it back into the economy. I don't care how you cut it, slices, and dice it. That's what they're doing. And the moment they run out, if there is more broken than we haven't seen, they're going to have to reprint even some more money. And so we're in this really insane place, a stupidly insane place. And no matter what they say to you, if they continue to re-inject this old money that was printed, and if they're forced into printing new money, it's going to get front ran. It'll get front ran in the market. You've seen it in tech right now. It's going to get front run. It's so insane. It's absolutely insane. And by them backstopping, we know that's the case. We know what the truth is. They can't hide that shit from the market. So the Fed put is real, and they're doing it right now. You know, you can't. I don't think that Jay Powell can come out here and beg and plead the stock market to like go along with this. They're not. Stock market's not going to go along with this. The stock market's going to ride it up. As long as they know that money's coming back into the system, as long as they know it's going to happen, they're going to buy the dip. Now, if you manufacture a low in the SPY or whatever, fine, go do it. But they're going to buy it. There's a big difference here. You can't fight it. And, dude, all this shit they're doing is going to lead to a spike in inflation. Even if it's not next month, it's going to be in 3 months. You're going to see it. Like that whole inflation line coming down, that's over. Bye-bye for at least the next 3 to 6 months. Do you think they're going to bring out 50 BPS or 100 BPS? Maybe, I guess. I guess that's what they have to do, right? All that hard work, washed away, gone. Gone. A full disaster. The agreement that was made with Main Street, the agreement that was made with the stock market, the agreement that was made with the bond market, the cash market, the agreement that was made with foreign countries, it's all over. And now they're going to try to come out tomorrow and renegotiate a contract with you. I don't know what you say to that. You can't trust that. It's pure insano. It's pure insanity. It's pure insanity. And I'm a bull, man. Like, I'm not a bear. I'm like a bull going, yeah, keep doing what you're doing. Keep doing it. Break these things. Oh, you telling me that a bank took on too much risk? Then they try to make excuses. Like, well, they're buying bonds. They were raising rates. They bought them at the wrong time. And I'm like, did they keep buying bonds when rates went up? No. And the crazy part about this is we're not talking about prime banks. And they've got bad bonds too, right? We already know that if they were to cash their bonds in, they're screwed too. We already know that they're screwed. So, if you had a run on prime banks, we'd be damaged. So you see the parachute being thrown out already by these banks right now. They're getting the golden parachute. They're front running that golden parachute where they didn't in 2008. So you're seeing that golden parachute being front run. And the scariest part of all of this is, I don't know if it's scary, but you have to look at these banks and said, well, if you were only at 35% of your stakeholders, of your depositors, why didn't you then get another 25 or 30% of bonds when we're in a rate hike cycle? And they didn't do that, did they? I can understand like the prime banks being like, well, we've already backed all of our depositors by 65% or 60%, but these banks didn't, and they didn't afterwards either. And we're bailing them out. If we're bailing this high risk shit out like nothing, what do you think they're gonna do to non-high risk? So it's like sitting at a poker table playing cards, and you're like, okay, we're gonna let this fail and let that fail. We've broken some shit. We need more breakage to happen. So now I guess the question becomes, what are they gonna do? They're gonna say we're gonna save all the banks. Is that what the conversation is tomorrow with Jerome? With Mr. Powell? Is that the question? Okay, we're going to save the banks. We're going to crash the stock market. And we're going to burn down every last American.
2 cents a barrel, that's up $1.
And we're going to do it before it happens this time.
0.07%.
Oh, and by the way, we want to bring liquidity back into the market, and we're going to give it to the banks to get to you to start making loans again, cheap loans, and then they keep it. They already did this, man. They did this in 2007, 2008. There'll be outrage over this. Outrage. There has to be outrage over this. How could there not be? They're going to make you suffer with inflation because they're going to start the bailout early? Get out of here. Absolutely wild. They're going to have to pay off. They're going to have to pay off stock market holders, which is what they're doing right now. Yeah, J-Pow goes cool on us tomorrow. It's just pure insanity. It's pure insanity. And I want to tell you something else. This is an important part. I want to leave you with something important, right? This is a conversation that I had over the weekend about, is the printer on or not? I have heard that shit for years. The printer's not on. This is not the printer. This is not, we're not printing new money. If there's not, my favorite one was when we had, this is a few years ago, you had people saying, well, we don't actually print real digital money. You realize that, right? And I'm like, I don't give a flying fuck. I care about making money. All fucking day long, I care about making money. And you can scream all you want, and I don't care. And this market just ripped face for 2 straight years. We ripped face for 2020, SPY ripped face for 2021, and it never stopped. It never looked back. It never had any threat of really rolling over. And as long as you're doing that, this market's going to go high. There's nothing else you can say about it. You keep that balance sheet going up, this market's going to keep going up. It's just going to melt faces off. And you can say it to your blue in the face, but it's not the reality of what happens in the stock market. And so that's my fascination with tomorrow, is he's asking you to do that. He's saying to you, well, we're going to backstop all these rich people. Like, and I mean rich. You guys think you know what rich is? I don't care if you make $1 million a year. That's not rich. We're talking obscene wealth. We're gonna protect obscene wealth, and we're gonna screw all of you over. I don't know if that's gonna fly, man. This will be the first time in history that they've attempted this, and I'm fascinated to see it happen. I'm fascinated. Maybe it happened in 1930. I have to look back, but this would be like a fascinating moment in history where they're gonna tell you, they're gonna try to negotiate with you. As they create new money and put it in their pockets and take all of your money away from you. I think that shit might fly with like Bob on Main Street or something, but I don't think it flies with stock market participants. I just don't. It never has. It's just hilarious. I don't know how people on Main Street are gonna. I'm fascinated by this conversation. I'm fascinated if he just does the 25 BPS and just keeps the normal speech, like the normal speech he's always been giving. Because I see this market going up if he does that. I do. He's basically giving carte blanche to the market to rip faces off. He basically is. That's basically what he's doing. If he keeps like the normal tone, if he keeps we're going to backstop these banks, we're going to raise rates, we're going to fight inflation, here's your 25 BPS, I really do think that that's a nod to the stock market that, hey, run it up. And meanwhile, we're going to screw over Mary and Bob on Main Street. Just don't tell them, okay? If he says that, that's what I think is going to happen. Not think. I mean, you just look at it. You just look at the balance sheet, man. It's simple. Print money. Even if it's old money that they took out of the system, they're sending it back in. Oh, yeah. Squeeze it, baby. 397.43. I'm back to flat on my calls right now. But I'm holding them into the bell. I'm diving in. I don't believe it for a minute. And you shouldn't either. I mean, you really shouldn't. There's a lot of bears out there that I get along with because they know both sides of the coin. They know it's a scam going on right now. And you should be outraged. I really believe that. You should, if you're a normal, if you make less than like, I don't know, if you make less than like $5 to $10 million a year, you should be outraged. Absolutely outraged. If you're not in a professional, in some kind of professional finance background, you should be outraged. Absolutely outraged here. Absolutely. And inevitably, inflation's not going anywhere. Inevitably, all that hard work that you did last year, gone. Wiped out in 2 weeks, gone. Poof. All that hard work, gone. How long did it take them? 2 weeks. Took them 2 weeks. 2 weeks, gone. It's pure insanity. I mean, think about this. You worked hard. You're like on Main Street, and you battened down the hatches for 2022. Now we're in what, March of 2022, and they just come swoop in and say, "Nah, you know what? Fuck you." You guys know about what they did in 2009 and 2010, right? The Fed tried to tell someone, say it in chat. Someone tell these people what they did in 2009, 2010. The Fed was like, go to the banks and like, here, we want you to inject liquidity into Main Street and jumpstart the economy. Tell people in the chat what they did. They didn't do that, did they? They didn't do that. They didn't give it to you. The banks bought those bonds and cashed out and pocketed all that money is what they did. And they left you by the roadside. And I don't mean like a stock market participant. I'm talking about Main Street USA. Main Street USA. And so my assumption is this is going to be the deal again. My assumption is that J-Pow is going to be like, hey, look, we'll fuck over Main Street. Join us in the stock market. We'll make you some money. That's what's been happening the past couple weeks, right? You see it right now, right? Which is pure insano. It's pure, absolute pure insanity. Yeah, baby, my calls are now up to 29 cents right here. Woo! This is trade number 2. I mean, I'm telling you, it's so sketchy right here. And it really doesn't even matter. It doesn't actually matter if they crash the market for a weekend or for a week. Price doesn't matter here. They really are jacking us. Infinite money supply. It has to be, right? We know that it has to be. We know that they're already stepping in. We know that they know. I'm assuming here that they're looking in the background and they're going, Jesus, if we keep doing this, it's going to be ugly. We'll have a depression. Real depression. We're 1930s. Like, we can't do this. So we got to coax them along until they accept higher inflation. You should see new targets come out for inflation. If I haven't seen it, maybe I haven't seen the news, but I would not be shocked.
So according to the Financial Times, UBS to enter talks with Michael Klein to
wouldn't even blink
the Boston deal.
To them to tell you, you have a new inflation target, it's 5%. And now it's 3% in 5 years. I mean, you're talking about us all agreeing on 2023, 2024. Now you're talking 2025, 2028. And then what is that? Kick down the road another decade? You see how it's unraveling, I guess. It's all unraveling already. And that's a huge money print they're going to have to do. And they'll try to front run that money print if that happens. Yeah, no, I'm still long right here. Yeah, I'm still long. I'm still long calls into this bell. I believe right here that they're going to squeeze this up now. If they don't and they squeeze it tomorrow, we have a huge cluster in here. So all this to me is noise. If they burn, I'll buy down below here as well. If they burn here, I don't care. Anything in here is looking for a squeeze. And this bell is looking for a squeeze too. I think the only way they sell this down is in a low liquidity environment. So let's say they pin this close. Let's say if they pin this close here, there's a chance they could try to shove it underneath before the open tomorrow. That possibility is still there. Under normal market conditions, I'd be expecting like a 70-point gap up tomorrow if this was normal. If we didn't have a Fed meeting tomorrow, 70-point gap up by tomorrow. By tomorrow open. Dude, it's not just unsustainable, it's kicking the can down the road. Dude, when I say golden parachute, I'm not fucking lying. I am not lying. Like these people they're either going to get money out, at minimum money, and second, if they have like a program, if they're like the lizard people, they have a program. There's two directives: get out with all my money, and if I can save face in my career is part number 2. They don't care about you, your grandkids, your great-grandkids. They don't care.
By TickStrike. TickStrike allows you to actually hear order flow in futures, forex, and stock instruments.
And that is the truth.
Get a free trial at tickstrike.com.
You got me back down at 20 cents now on those calls. Tesla just up on the day, just beefsteaking it. Up 0.84% on the day. VIX just being wrecked right now. Tesla up 7.8%, just melting face straight up. Held on to its weekly and just started melting faces. Now trading 197.69. The pin is on SPY right now. Apple, it's doing good. TLT, catching a bottom, kind of. Banks just getting banged up with bids today. Etsy trading back up to 112, trying to reattack that 112.25. NVDA recovering off the morning low and support. It's wild out there. I gotta admit, man. When this started, not last Thursday, but the Thursday before. I think I came in the program on Tuesday or Wednesday, and I was like, I felt like it's been a full week. Like by Tuesday or Wednesday, I was like, dude, I felt like we just traded an entire week, and it's only the second day of the week. And then by Friday, I was like, I'm out. I was like, this is too much for me. And now we're coming into a Fed meeting where, what is he going to say? Let me know in the chat what you think he's going to say. What can he say? We also have a Senate hearing coming up, right? You got Yellen in the background trying to, like, Yellen's in the background like Animal House. Everybody remain calm. Higher dot plot, higher for longer. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. 100% depression. Absolutely. And they're not going to let it happen on their watch, right? Or they'll try not to let it happen on their watch. They'll try to pass that shit off. They'll pass it off and pass it off and pass it off until someone has to. You know what it used to be like? What they would do is They'd wait till right when they're leaving. And they're like, okay, I'm going to get out with my legacy intact, and then someone's going to run to fix this bullshit. Now trading 33 cents. Squeezing higher, baby. 33 cents. I might cut out of these. 34 cents. Making good money here, by the way. I'm up like 60% or something, or close to it. Now trading 397.65. Now trading 35 cents. Just blasting higher now. Give me a print. This will be a second print of the day. 37 cents. Absolutely disgusting out there. I can't believe it. It's so gross. I don't know how else to describe it. It's like a front running of bank greed. That's a front running of bank greed. Trading 44 cents. And I'm out. Thank you very much for the free money. That's 100% trade again. Yeah, it's mind-blowing right now. My mind is blown right now. Like, it really is. I'm too old for this shit. And it's like, I'm watching this shit in the background, and I'm too old not to see what they're doing here. Like, too old. Damn, 398's now trading 53 cents. Woo! Don't hesitate to take a little bit of money off the top here. We have one more target above. That's 398.34. We could squeeze higher. Don't hesitate to take some profits here. You know what this reminds me of? Doesn't matter if you make a bad trade. It's coming back anyways. Do you know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of money being injected into the system. This reminds me of we know what this reminds us of. This reminds us of when there's money in the system, it doesn't matter where you get in. You just get in long and just fucking close them out and take your money and run. Acting like free money in the system is what this is acting like right here. Oh yeah, Legend X 22X supporting the stream. Unreal. Thanks, Legend X22X, 22X, baby. Please like and subscribe to these videos. Go on out there and tell your friends about the stream. Tell them I'm sick, but it's okay. I don't have COVID though. So don't think I have COVID. Just a quick rejection right here. You can see that quick rejection above. So I can move this for you here. Hopefully you took your money and ran. You can see the tag right there. Hold on, let me just move this over for you. You can see it right there, almost to the pin strike. Still need to clear the previous high above at 398.34. Take your money and run, baby. A reminder here as we come into this close, it's now 3 p.m. I want to talk to you about something as we head into the close. If we do squeeze into this close, between now and tomorrow's open, begin to think about hedging the market. Hedging the market is dirt cheap. I want you to look at the VIX real quick in the background. I want you to see that the VIX is now trading like a penny stock. Down to 21.48. We'll end up seeing a full collapse of the VIX. If we can get the VIX down to like 20 bucks. Let me look on VIX real quick and give you another target. We talked about VIX earlier today. What I'd like to see the VIX hit. Oh, yeah. I want to see the VIX hit like $17. Like 17. So just keep an eye on the VIX. Right now it's trading 21.48. It's got another $4 to go down. $4.50 by Thursday. Now trading 398.02. Screaming on higher. We got a price target about 398.34. Hopefully didn't get caught in that bear trap earlier. And you traded this higher. And you believed that this market would be supportive. Even the day before the Fed meeting. So just between here and the top here, if I haven't told you this already, you can always put a free trade on to hedge this market. You don't have to be short. You don't have to buy puts. You don't have to buy quadruple. You don't have to buy quadruple leveraged Dow shorts. Just put on a putback spread. They are free, baby, if we go up. So if your putback spreads, if we go up, you get paid. If we roll over and start, if you wake up tomorrow, we're down 300 points, you get paid. Perfect trade right now, putback spreads. Absolutely perfect trade. And if you leave if we go up and you leave the other side open, you get free puts for downside protection. You're just sitting there happy as a pig in shit. Putback spreads, also known as ratio spreads. You buy an in the money you sell an in the money put, and then you sell a few strikes away. You're selling an in the money put, and you're buying two outside the money lower puts below.
So just seeing some comments from the Goldman Sachs COO Waldron, who tells Handelsblatt that the recent events are different from the financial crisis 15 years ago. Says the primary issue is customer confidence in the safety of their deposits at smaller regional banks in the U.S.
Go on up there and tag out 398.34, please. And how about a price target above of 398.99? Let's give that one up here a try. 398.99. How about 98? 398.98 up there. Can we get that into the bell? Power hour. An hour left into tomorrow's trading. So you're positioning into tomorrow. We're going to talk about that. No. Hold on. Dude, a fucking good day, man. Wish I was fucking trading yesterday. Kind of pissy. Okay, so we got 5 days. What do bears need tomorrow? Look at that, screaming higher right now. Trading up. I guess a bear would call this a double top above here. Implied move for tomorrow. Price target above 402.54. We will likely fail to meet this if we squeeze higher tomorrow. Implied move in the low end 391 and change, 391.89, somewhere down in here. We'd likely fail to.
Goldman Sachs COO says that market volatility will remain high in the short term at least. So again, currently speaking to Handelsblatt.
Likely fail to make this low down here, right? Come back up. If we get the rejection though above on this key level, right? Then we would know that the move is lower tomorrow. Okay. How I'm positioned for tomorrow personally, I've got a bunch of puts left over, littered inside of my account. I'm going to leave those on for tomorrow in case we get a bloodbath, in case we get any kind of nightmare scenario, and hold those as crash protection on the downside tomorrow. What my thoughts are on tomorrow, what my thoughts are on tomorrow is I don't know. I think that the Fed comes out tomorrow and he stays the course. 25 BPS. 25 BPS. Some kind of hawkish tone. You're going to see weakness in the market from that. And then he's going to say, but behind door number 2, we got to talk about something. And I think that's where the market stops crashing. So you get some kind of like bloodbath here, maybe a squeeze higher, and then a bloodbath here. And then it gets backstopped by his conversation about banks. I don't think that they can, unless I don't know something, I don't think that anything they can say that the market's going to listen to, as long as they're pumping the money with the money back into the market. Or not the market, but into banks and bonds and all that kind of stuff. As long as they're doing that, man, it finds its way back into our economy. You're not looking at the after effects, and the after effects are critical here.
Capital requirements at smaller and regional banks, according to Handelsblatt. Just to repeat, their Goldman Sachs COO Waldron says industry should actually expect stricter rules and stricter capital requirements at smaller and regional banks.
Now, with that said, right? If let's say we come down here tomorrow,
this stream is sponsored by
at any point, if we come up, squeeze up higher, then we sell off down here. It's just a chance for me to buy a dip. Unless some kind of material changes come from the Fed. We squeeze higher, squeeze higher, squeeze higher. That panic weakness that we have twice. We have the initial panic weakness when the Fed's going to release the statement. Then we have the next weakness that comes into play when they do the interview. Now, if nothing changes, nothing material changes, probably a dip to buy. If they pause rates, in my view, now I can be wrong here. Don't be taking what I say as this is it. But if they pause or cut rates, I think we squeeze uncontrollably higher. And then we sell this market down and find a low. Like squeeze, like crazy squeezing. If they do a 50 BPS rate hike and hawkish and all that kind of stuff, we're going to bloodbath this thing. It's going to be ugly. But that's not my expectation. My expectation is 25 BPS, hawkish tone, market's looking like it's going to go to the depths of hell, and then he comes out and he has to, he's going to tell you that it's all bullshit. He's going to tell you that they're backstopping. That's what he's going to tell you. And you're going to see these strokers come out next week. I forget if it's Thursday this week. Yellen's going to go out, or they're going to have these hearings and shit. And they're going to rattle their swords at you and all that. But the truth is that inflation's going up. Yeah, I see the bullwhip day tomorrow, too. I see the bullwhip day tomorrow as well. So this is your implied move right now for tomorrow. This implied move will change end of day. At the close, it's probably going to go higher, probably 405, and then this will come up. I'm assuming that this implied move has moved up now at this point. And this implied move has probably gone higher at this point. And this close will show that implied move going to like 405, roughly 405. Look at that. Look at that beefcake move right there. Look at that beefcake move. Just squeezing faces off. And they'll probably squeeze up into this close too. I don't see this not squeezing higher. I see this squeezing into the bell. Believe it or not. What a scam. Total scam. Man, I'll tell you what, man. Disappointed. If you're a bear out there, you should be disappointed. If I was a bear, I'd be pissed off right now. I'd be quite upset right now. It's not what you're looking for. It's not what if you're a bear, you're looking for some wreckage. And you're looking for the firm hand, right? You're looking for the hawkish tone. You definitely did not want to see that you didn't want to see the balance sheet go up to where it's gone. That is a bad, bad look for bears. It really is. There's nothing else you can say about it. I'll tell you what,
reports
man.
of the Senate Banking Committee are to Senate Banking to hold a March 28th hearing on the SVB collapse. So again, that's the Senate Banking Committee.
That's the hearing I'm talking about right there.
March 28th hearing on SVB's collapse.
And they can try to set it up any way they want, but I'll be honest with you, as a Main Streeter and not with taking my stock hat off, like stock market hat, enraged right now, enraged. As a voter, enraged, hands down. Absolutely disgusted. I was saying this morning in stream as I first came on, I said they should be handing out checks to every American right now. Every single one. If you have to deal with this shit longer because of what they're doing right now, they might as well help you out too. Because that's what they're doing. That is what they're doing for certain people. They're not doing it for you. They're not doing it for you, and they should. They should cut rates at a minimum. Not only should they be cutting rates, they should be cutting checks for, if you're having a hard time out there, you should get a check. And they're not going to do that, right? We already know they're not going to do that. Those days are over. But they're going to try to renegotiate an argument with you tomorrow. In my view, they're going to try to renegotiate an argument with you, and they're going to be like, how about we just fuck Main Street, we make the stock market go up. Disgusting. Gross. Now trading 398.34. Pin strike on previous high on the daily. A new high on the day right now. There goes your H line right there. Just tagged it like it was nothing. We have one more price target above 398.98, I believe it is. And this is on the implied move on this morning. Coming into today. I'm serious, man. This is real stuff. Like in real life, this is like crazy. Absolute insanity. If I was a bear, I'd be raging. If I was a Main Streeter and didn't know nothing about the stock market, I'd be wanting a check. I would, because that's what they're doing. That's what they're doing. They're telling you, don't worry, we're going to bankroll you. Not your mortgage. They're going to bankroll somebody else's mortgage. And the worst part is they're telling these people, fuck it, put more risk on. But my favorite part, too, is that they're like, well, we're going to hold Senate hearings. We're going to change the rules. Well, those rules are meant to be broken by very smart people, right? Can you imagine? This is like, what, 2008 all over. Slap my hand, but here to put on some more risk. Find another way to beat the system. Man, to be a bear, I would be enraged. And as a Main Street person, if you're not in the stock market and you're watching this broadcast right now, I would be furious. Furious. Furious that you were asked to do all this hard work, and now they're not even going to come help you. They're just going to try to tell you, not only do we need you to carry that 100-pound weight in your back, we're going to now add another 100 pounds on your back while we bill these guys out over here. Oh, and we promise that when it's your turn, that money will get to you. I.e., in 09 and 10, we didn't do that. Killing me. The Fed. Disaster. The Fed disaster on our hands. Fed disaster. That's what it is. Gross. I don't think we've ever seen fleecing like this. I don't think it, I tried to look. The only time I haven't looked yet is 1930. To see. I've checked every one of these things. It's got to be before 1930 or something. It's got to be before 1930. Like the absolute fleecing of America in real time right now. Front run. Front running the fleecing of America. Where they didn't see credit default swaps, they saw this. They saw this. They got in front of it. Gross. Absolutely disgusting. It really is. 2037-ish, right? I think I'm assuming that's what Bear's looking for on the VIX. Absolutely disgusting. And they're going to ask you to be a partner in it. As a stock market participant, they're going to ask you to be a partner in this. They want you to get your hands dirty with them. That's the idea, right? We're going to take all this money, we're going to pocket it, and we're asking you. Can we get like 1963 in the VIX maybe into this close? You know, they're basically asking you and I right now. Maybe I got to take some of this into this bell here. Hold on here. Hold on here. Wait up for me. You know, they're asking you as a retail stock market participant, which I don't think you shouldn't. This is what we do. This is the gross part of our job. Like the filthy, like when you find out that regular people don't like stock market participants, this is one of those situations. It's one of those situations where you're being bought by banks, bought by the Fed as a market participant. If you own stock like Apple, if you own stock like Tesla, you're basically being bribed right now by these people. Like, we're going to take this money over here, and we're going to leave you some scraps. Don't say anything. Does that make sense to you out there? Maybe that makes better sense to you. Can't wait for Black Wednesday. Good old-fashioned French tickler. It's gross. This is the part. This is the part where we get bribed to carry along with these banks. Come on now, squeeze it on up, baby. Squeeze it on up. Squeeze it on up for daddy. Squeeze it on up. Get up to that 398, 98, or 89, or whatever the fuck it is. Get on up there. Get on up. Get on up there into the end of the day. Get on up there. Print some more money. Give us our money today. Give me some more free money. Put it on the backs of Main Street, USA. It's so terrible. Oh, yeah. Put it on the backs of regular people out there in the world. Tell your constituents, if you're a politician, that you saved their 401k.
SVB's loans to insiders tripled to $219 million before it failed. So just to repeat there, SVB's loans to insiders tripled to $219 million.
Yeah, 397 is now printing $40.44 right here. I'm long again, so I'm hoping I can get one more little push here. Yeah, one more fat little print here. And I can't even imagine if this hedge ever comes off. 3% in a day. Done. 3% one day. We're already trading 1.118
TickStrike allows you to actually hear order flow in futures, forex, and stock.
You'll see something insane.
Get a free trial at tickstrike.com.
It's so true, right? My song is sad and hilarious and true. Such an awful song. And it's disgusting. And they can't even tell people that. Yeah, it's gallows humor. That's what it is. It's straight gallows humor. I'm fascinated what they say tomorrow. I'm fascinated. I can't even imagine the background. Okay, what's we going to do? We're going to talk them down. We're going to talk them down in the Fed meeting. We're going to try to get the stock market down a little bit. We just committed a heist and took $500 billion. We got to come up with something. And we're gonna blame them. It's your fault. It's your fault that we're here. Oh yeah. Oh, here we go. Keep on squeezing, baby. Get it on up there for daddy. Yeah, Main Street did. It's all Main Street's fault. It's all your fault, Main Street USA. Look what you did to us. You made us rob the piggy bank. Main Street loosened financial conditions. It's all Main Street's fault, definitely. Absolutely disgusting. What am I doing here? Hold on here. I gotta get the right mouse here. Absolute devastation, the VIX today. Absolute devastation. So we're right above now on Tesla. Tesla wants to hold 194 and 7 cents and then wait for the hourly to come back up on 180. It currently sits at 187.88. We've got the daily, the weekly, and the monthly coming up for support. If you're trying to get an entry into Tesla, the best place is 187.67, although there's probably a buy above at 194.14 on Tesla. Apple trading all day long off its hourly. Its hourly currently sits at 156.87, though its daily sits down below at 151.35. NVDA hourly bought with relentless power. Currently, the hourly sits at 258.44 right now on NVIDIA. If you're someone I just saw someone saying in DMs here something about the market rolling over. You're going to want to get above $22 on VIX for that rollover here. We do have some weakness showing. Could come back down and trade right down to this 397.34. You see here, it's only 3:26 in the afternoon. Could see a trade below here. Bulls, you're looking for the VIX to reject 22.03. Oh yeah, this is your 5-minute right here. I gotta keep all of these colors the same. I'm switching them around right now. Yeah, the Q&A tomorrow. I mean, my take here is that it's 20. I think that they try. I mean, the idea here would be what? J-Power would do 25 BPS, get hawkish on the market, and then go say cut some kind of nonsense like we're holding hearings next week on the 28th. We're going to hold hearings. And, we're going to slap some wrists, and we're going to require better, I don't know, like, we're going to require, the fucked up part of this is we know there's systemic risk right now to prime banks. So prime banks have to hold 65%, right, of available or liquidatable assets to cover a run on itself, right? If anything, banks probably should be able to keep a lower liquidity, like let's call it 35%, but be required to work its way up to 65% in a high rate environment, like federal law. So if we're in a zero rate environment, banks have to keep 35%, 40%. If we hit every point that we go up, or every 2 or 3 points, they have to add like 10%. They have to buy bonds at higher rates, right? But they're not going to do that in those hearings, are they? Or how about liquidate your own assets and then buy more bonds, be required to do that? Maybe the consolidation of prime banks forced into it. We don't do that right now, do we? I'm fascinated to hear what that conversation is in the Senate, because they're not going to do it. And even if they were going to do it, you can't have these banks do need to make money, but at the same time, we see that. And if anything, the craziest part about this is you probably could have had the regionals are probably would have been safer than these prime banks. These prime banks are who's really screwed, because they're already maxed out at 60, 70%. You could write right into the charter. I mean, I'm telling you, this is crazy. Yeah, force them to compete to bond rates with savings interest. Yeah, or even what about if they had sold their bonds and moved over to savings, right? Maybe make that shift.
Close imbalance, 863 million to the sell side.
Yeah, I've lost all respect. I mean, of any shred of respect that I had for J-Pow, I don't know, man. I was trying. All credibility is out the window right now. All credibility for the Fed is out the window from my perspective. Any credibility that it had is now gone. I think that was the last straw for me forever and ever. And I thought they were doing good. I thought they were doing good in terms of their agreement. I thought their agreement to this point, going even back through COVID, going back into COVID, then going back to when they telegraphed we're going to do this and we're going to do that. I think it's disgusting that they told us in advance that they were going to raise rates, and none of these banks did anything to protect themselves, knowing the rate environment we're coming into. They did nothing. They took the money and ran. It's wrong. It's wrong, man. It is totally wrong. It is wrong. It's disgusting and gross. And then seeing these VCs out there, I don't want to fucking hear it. And the worst part is a lot of these people, they say they don't. They either should have or did have insurance policies to cover all this money. You know, remember, these are the smartest minds out there, right? These are the smart people. You know, I saw this, I talked about this sometimes. Whenever you get like the leaked emails and the leaked texts, the leaked phone calls, any of that shit, whenever it comes out, these are the people that are pointing fingers at you and they're telling you how smart they are. And then you find out that they were just buying 0-8 puts. They were buying 0-8 calls. Every time, every single fucking time. You know, they're putting risk on, and they're telling you not to, but they are. They know more than you know, but that's what they're doing. There was a couple famous hedge fund guys and a short operation that allegedly had a bunch of those emails and text messages leak last year, and these guys were allegedly dropping news against individual tickers, and then they were just buying 0-8 puts. They sound like rocket scientists. But what are they doing in the background? What we do. They're not rocket scientists. There's like a group of them. It's like a sorority or fraternity. You know, it's like a fraternity. It's like not how smart you are, it's who you know. You're an idea guy. You're not the technical guy, you're the idea guy. Now, I have to give some respect to that. Idea guys and idea girls, they can push things forward, and I agree with that. But at the same time, when you find out what they're doing, they disregard the technical people in the background telling you, yes, we can, or no, we can't. SPY going to sell off now. You know, the best thing for us to sell this market tomorrow is for us to leave this up here and to close. And I'll show it to you right here. Maybe we don't, but I'll show it to you. So the idea here would be to close this market in an illiquid environment. The only way it gets underneath here tomorrow is if it can be done in the overnight. So if you're if you're a hedge fund or if you're a bank, you sell this in the overnight. Because otherwise, in cash market, this is showing strength. Like this is strength in cash market. You're not going to get weakness here unless it's the overnight. The only way to get weakness the market traps some bulls. So if you're to trap some bulls here, you need to see. You want to see this like after hours here. You want to see sellers come in, try to drag and push this down in the overnight. It's right underneath here. We'll look at ES the same way. Let's look at ES in a better. ES would be better to look at here. Same thing for ES. ES needs to get underneath this stuff. Like right now, ES is looking strong into this close. Strong. Strong. Would not shock me to see us gap up in the overnight and then sell off. Here's going to be my prediction. In the after hours, gap up higher, and then take a nice fat short into tomorrow. Try to tag 4080 if possible. Try to tag that in the overnight. Take a nice short position up here for tomorrow. Uh-oh. Hold on here. Got some kind of wonkiness going on. If I had to guess, we run this up into the bell and we run this up into overnight just where it needs to be shorted. If you're a futures trader, Globex trader, you're looking for a nice high to grab a short in the market. In the after hours. Let's see if we can get this squeeze up right now. SPY now trading 398.50. Can we get 398.98? 20 minutes left. Bulls just got a new high on the 38. They've got another 12 minutes to keep going higher. Coming right into sellers here. And we got another target above right here for the after hours. You can see it upon high. 4040. So I said 4080. Look at 4040 in the after hours. And let's see if we can see 4080 anywhere up there. There you go. Right there it is right there. That's 4050. Can we see 4080 even higher from there? Let's see if we see it up there. Is it hiding out up there? I don't see it. So let's call it at if you're a bear, 4050 looking for sellers. I said 4080, 4050. That's your target. Now squeezing, and I'm making some fucking money right now, just so you know. I'm making ridiculous fucking money right now. All right, I took some money and ran. Thank you for the free money again. Wait until you go into a bull market. You can be streaming with Captain all day long, just making free money. Hand over fist. Burr again. Burr again. 398.98 up here. Oh, there it is right there. Done. Target hit.
Early markets on close imbalance, currently sitting at 863
target hit.
million to the sell
Next
side.
target above, 399.36. ES. Trading 4032. Can keep going into this bell. Keep ripping face now. Just rip faces off and keep going. Let's get 400. Tag me 400. 399.09 right now. How high are we going? Just keep on smashing, baby. Give me 399.36. Give me R3. Tag it. Tag it, tag it, tag it, tag it, tag it. Get up there. Keep. I'm going to lose my fucking voice.
Just seeing some extended upside movement in stocks up around 1.35 on the session. No news catalyst so far, but we are keeping our eyes out.
Yeah, news catalyst. Supply is higher. Supply is 4050. Little reversal can on the 1 minute right now. Trying to find some support so we can find that supply up there at 4050. Can the Bears grab some put protection before the closing bell? We're going to find out real soon. Can the Bears buy some protection? Some prophylactics into this close? Look at this monster move here. Look at that monster move in the market right now. The move was higher, not lower, higher. Called it earlier today. Just higher. All kinds of higher. Can you imagine where the market would go if they cut rates tomorrow? They would get run over. This is where they're shorting the market right here. Run over. And no yelling. I'm getting told. I got people all over the chat saying, please, we need you to at least last the week. Dude, I swear, like, and I'm not drinking or nothing. Like, I've tried everything. Like, I've tried not drinking. I've tried not drinking beer. I've tried lozenges. I've tried big stinky red things in my mouth. None of that stuff's worked. I mean, we're talking like seized up mouth, man. Like, can't even speak. That's how bad it is. Oh, by the way, guess what? I want to thank all of you for showing up today. Please show up tomorrow for tomorrow's live stream, 9:30 in the morning. Today is my birthday. Happy birthday to me. Now, no one in my house has said anything. I haven't heard a word, haven't seen nothing. They're like gorillas or something, like guerrilla warriors or something, like guerrilla warfare. No, nothing. Nobody said anything out there. So I'm so excited for however this day ends. Can't wait to see, because, you know, my wife and children have become, it's taken many years. Taken many years for them to become stealthy. And they now work hard on it. Roger Hart, thanks for subscribing. So, top secret. Wife and children haven't said a word. What's that right there? Is that a green ball right there? What's that right there? Is that a green ball? Are we melting faces up into this close? What are we talking about here? 402? Talking about 400? Is that what we're talking about right here? We talking about 400 next, right here? Is that what we're talking about right there? Cool Cat 400. Cool Cat 400. Yeah, so I'm waiting to see. I'm waiting to see what they've got on the block here. I know that there's stuff going on in the background. There's scurrying around the house. Had to stay off Amazon and all that kind of stuff. You never know what you're going to get. Sometimes you get like socks.
Early market on close imbalance currently sitting at 863 million to the sell side.
If I'm lucky, I get a homemade cake. Tell you what, those homemade cakes, they're way better than any store.
This stream is sponsored by To The Tick.
They add all kinds of stuff in them too. Like they do like pudding and milk,
by signing up at
butter.
tothetick.com.
It's like a 2,000 calorie slice of cake right in front of you. Hey, yeah, that's right. That's my birthday. It's my birthday. Birthday time. Thanks, everybody. Appreciate that. Quit sugar in December. Feels amazing. I don't do sugar often anymore. So we'll see. This is actually when I look like really fat if I eat sugar. If I like pound sugar, like a big slice of cake. Can't tell the girls no. Till the girls leave home. If they say it's cake time, I gotta eat it. Thanks. I appreciate that. It's my birthday. Making money on my birthday. Market's going up my birthday. Kind of a happy guy right now. You know what the craziest part is? They've all put up with me for all these years. That's probably the biggest birthday present I could ever have. They put up with me all these years. All these years. Same with you guys. You guys put up with me in the stream. Community puts up with me in the Discord. Community puts up with me. You got people out there helping the stream out. People working on the website. You got moderators. You got people working on the background 24/7. You got wife's boyfriend went out there and did something yesterday. Unreal. So on my birthday, I want to say thank you to all of you. Thank you for being there with me right now. Thank you for spending the day with me. Thank you for showing up this morning. I don't know how else to say that. Thank you. Best birthday I've had in years, by the way. Especially the fact we just went through COVID. So to be able to be here with all of you folks, right on. Somebody eat some cake for you tonight. We'll take some pictures. Evelyn Gonzalez subscribed. Yeah, thanks. Appreciate it. Yeah, it's my birthday today. Can't wait. People have been asking me too. And I try to be like, nah. Like, people ask me all the time. So some of you know. Some of you already knew today's my birthday. There's a few of you out there that know today's my birthday. But now the rest of you do. Don't spread that anywhere. Don't go on Twitter or anything, say anything. It's like more information than I want people knowing. So if you're here with me right now, don't say anything on Twitter. Don't go repeat. I probably got to delete this part of the video. I was like, I'll save it for the end of the day and just cut that little bit out. So it's not public. Yeah, thanks for joining us in the stream today. I appreciate it. It's good being with you guys today. Love you too, Chaz. Love all you guys out there. YMB, Jason, Joe, Stephen H, Chase. Chase Cluxton's in the house right now. Sean, Stephen H, Matt Coella, Derivative Yield, Classy Dan, Jared, OKC Elite, Stephen H, Nolan Ballin, Coach K, baby, Matt Coella, Alvarez, Permable Tom, Binky G, the man, Perma Built Bull Tom, Poor Badgers in the house, Career Low, Medford Guy's here, Daniel L, GP Boob, Jared, R. Kelton, Ricky T,
Imbalance, currently
John
sitting at
Dickus,
2.5
Spyplex,
billion.
Tyler
The
Sussy,
sell side just waiting for the final orders before we call it.
Chaz, baby, STT Voyager, David G, Michael
Markets
Bew.
on close.
If
Imbalance,
your
2.4
birthday is today or was this
billion
week,
to the
happy birthday to you
sell
too. Lord Pente, Stephen H, Chris Plummer, Classy Dan, baby, Juventus, David G, Moog, Foresight Finance, Jimmy Berry, Moog, baby, Moog. Ryan, who else is out there? Foresight Finance. Happy birthday, brother, to you too. Stephen Hovis, Classy Dan, Sloth Baby, French Tickler. We got H-Bomb in the house. Tony Cheesiest, Deckhand Doey D. Your wife's boyfriend, Steve Austin 6 Millie. John Klopp. Who else is out there? First time chat. Hey, Annie. Annie, get your gun. Thanks for saying happy birthday. Annie, get your gun. Thank you. Just some guy. GDA Gold. 1256 trader. Who else is out there? Joe Donuts out there. Nino California's out there. Canuck Mobile's out there. 63 Benzo's out there. Zedlex 14. Mad 248. Day Party Cuz out there. John Klopp. Mitch 422. PDZ. 63 Benzo. I love that. That's a good name. 63 Benzo. Solidus 44, baby. I see you out there. Dropping alpha in here every day. Let's move this out of the way over here. What else we got in here?
We are under 10 minutes away now. So
Lord Pente, Johnny 5. Fem not to... Dude, Fem non Vital, I still have to call you. Damn it. I got to talk to Fem non Vital and still haven't, and promised her 2 months ago. Eric Graper's in the house. Eric Atay is in the house. Nathan E. Lord Pente, Mark A. Kobe. George Rodriguez. Edison Carper. Dropping alpha in the house all the time. Mr. Patel. Dropping alpha all the time. Jill Natello, wherever you are if you're listening right now. John Haggerty. My man. James Andreas. Mark Tuzzi. Mr. Patel. Johnny 5. Oh, shit. That means I got to... Johnny 5, you donate $5. You know what I do with the donations? Means it goes to the kids. Satchel, happy birthday. Or thanks for saying happy birthday. Right on. Best damn show on the internet. Wheezy. Ricky T. All you guys out there. Johnny 5, supporting the chat. OG Johnny 5 since the beginning. I know if I'm not Patel, I know it's... Dude, I feel so bad right now. Deb K. Sloth, baby. You lost your voice to the flu? Yeah, it's not about it. We'll get it started. We're doing a bunch of crap in the background. We're getting close, though. We're getting to this point where I'm like, I'm going to have to go back to like 18-hour days. We're pretty much there, like this week. After we get the fit out of the way, I think it's going to be like 18-hour days. Brian Smith. Medford guy, what's up, brother? Supporting the stream for $20. That's 25. So what do we do this week for the kids? Yeah, I'm gonna put a hedge on up here. But I have right now. I've got like 200 puts right now. I've got some that are close in the money for tomorrow, and I've got another. I've got some crash puts too. I've got like 365p that are worthless, just in case. I don't want to see any kind of craziness happen in the market. Yeah, that's right, brothers. So $25. What do I do? What I'll do is I'll send out the wife and ask her if she'll grab maybe decoration, unless they already have them. I don't know. I haven't. So they're being really quiet right now. I'll just I'll tell her take $25. Go get some from the boys. Lacoon Capital, Biscuit Baker. Oh, no, the 18-hour days aren't from streaming. They're from the background work that we're doing. I have to go back to, like, in the background, we're doing a bunch of crap, and then I took a quick break. It was like I needed a week or two off. I had to, like, pay attention to my family. And now I got to go back to right back at it again. So I was, like, behind-the-scenes stuff. Looks like we're going to pin this into the bell, huh? This 398.98, they're trying to pin us in the bell. Okay, so we've got 5 minutes left to the close. You have my predictions for tomorrow. If you want to know what I would say to you, would be either be hedged right here into this close, some cheap hedges, or you just flat into tomorrow. So I've got some hedges on for tomorrow. I'm going to be looking for, the important part about tomorrow is looking to not get caught. If you don't know about this stuff.
4 p.m. Eastern Time, we get New Zealand Westpac Consumer Survey prior 75.6.
I don't want to get caught tomorrow in. What I don't want to get caught in tomorrow is I don't want to get trapped in here. Does that make sense? Like, I don't want to be in here trapped, fucking around. You know, I want to catch like a squeeze up and a squeeze down. I want to trade this stuff. The easiest way to trade this stuff tomorrow is a reaction trade. So if we bleed down, you buy the dip. If we rip up, you sell the rip. Does that make sense? So you just trade in this zone here tomorrow. We'll trade this together. We trade this live every time. So if we bleed off and down, you buy a dip for a rip higher. If we squeeze higher, you're selling the rip down here, right? So just reaction trading all day long. It's fairly easy to do. I'll try to see if I can set up some guests tomorrow before the day starts. Maybe we can get a guest earlier in the morning. But show up tomorrow. I like making money on these days. I do a fairly good job consistently. If you look at my trading on these days, they're usually pretty good. Now, if the market becomes oversaturated with calls or puts, they're too expensive on a zero date. I'll wait sometimes for the initial move. So let's say I don't buy a call or a put. We rip up here. I can then get some cheap puts to trade this down. You already have my take. I've been talking about it all day long, what to expect tomorrow from the Fed and from Jerome Powell. My disgust with the market. And we have some range expansion coming our way into the end of the month here. Huge range expansion coming in the way. And don't forget the JPM, the JPM collar that's on the market into the 31st. And we've got that Senate volatility now added into next week. So maybe we get up onto a high, we trade down into that Senate hearing, into the end of the month for some kind of a pin around 4060 or lower. Yeah, happy birthday to all of you out there. If any of you guys are celebrating a birthday, happy birthday to you. If you're wishing me a happy birthday, I appreciate the well wishes. Medford guy, you in Medford right now or what? I know Medford well. I know Medford. Don't tell my wife, but I used to date a girl in Medford a long time ago. I was young, though. I was a young guy.
The White House says Biden's focus has been on strengthening the banking system and protecting depositors.
I'm going to sell out of that trade right there so I don't get caught. And I'm flat outside of some put stuff that I have left over. These are all free puts that I have for tomorrow. And that's going to be my protection in tomorrow in case anything happens in the overnight. But otherwise, flat. Not looking to buy calls into this overnight for a squeeze higher. No interest in that. I know that the sellers are up. I guess you could take calls here for tomorrow, but I know that sellers are above at 4050. I know they're there. They're up there just waiting to tee off in this market into tomorrow. So rest up. I'll see all of you tomorrow afternoon. There's 1 minute left in the market. If you are a futures trader, look to be teeing off that 4050. Otherwise, they might have already done it. I'm going to be looking for some weakness into tomorrow's open. Maybe it gets bid up into the actual or rate decision release, and then another volatility spike down for the presser. And I mean, that's the big one, right? And then unless we get some unknown news tomorrow, I think 25 BPS and the normal tone that he gives is what's on store. And then he switches over to trust us, which I don't know how that goes. So I'll catch up with you guys tomorrow, and I'll see you then.
77 spot 7, 77 spot 7.
Thanks for saying happy birthday. I appreciate the well wishes. Talk to you all soon.